Vasquez Spenlove was a flight surgeon. His sister, Monica Merced, tells KSL-TV his death has rocked the family.
My sister-in-law is, as you can imagine, just barely hanging on. His wife, his kids were his world.
Spenlove leaves behind his wife Chelsea and their 4 children. An online fund has been organized to help the family with expenses. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Homicide investigators in 2 Texas cities are trying to find a motive for a day-long shooting spree that left 6 people dead.
It's thought to have started in San Antonio, where 2 people were murdered inside a house that's connected to the suspect. From there, the gunman headed north to Austin, murdering 4 people in 2 locations and wounding 3 more along the way, including 2 law enforcers. A pursuit ended in a crash and an arrest. Now 34-year-old Shane James is held on 4 counts of capital murder.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan reporting. Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 51 points. That's 0.1%. We're at 36,174. Coming up, highs will reach the upper 50s today. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:02.
What do you need to hear in the morning to feel ready for the day?
Important news that happened overnight, the traffic you'll hit on the roads.
You'll be ready for your day with us.
Join Utah's Morning News 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
One of the best ways to find out about 3-Day Kitchen and Bath is actually to hear the results for yourself. On the phone with us is Wendy in Darwin. Wendy, you got a brand new bathroom.
I do, and it's beautiful.
Are you loving it?
I am absolutely loving it.
Okay, tell me about your bathroom.
It went from a dark room that felt like an absolute cave when I walked into it to a bright, airy, opened the space up. I mean, I don't know what else. It's just absolutely wonderful.
She's almost speechless. So, Darwin, tell me about all the man stuff. How did it work? The quality, the convenience. How did they do?
Excellent. We contacted 3-Day Bath, and they got back to us the next day. The communication was excellent. They were on time in all their promises, and it's beautiful. It's a great bathroom.
Would you do it again?
Oh, absolutely.
For more about your new kitchen or bath, visit 3daykitchenutah.com.
3-Day Kitchen and Bath.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and of course, by now, everyone knows that NPS is a nice place to save each and every day, 30 to 70% off the finest brand new merchandise. But then again, you never quite know what you're going to find at NPS. That's just part of the fun, part of the adventure. Now, remember, the prices, special deals I'm going to tell you about, this is on top of the already tremendous savings of 30 to 70% off. How about 30% off big screen TVs right now? 50% off bedding and linens. How about 20% off high-end jewelry in collectibles? 30% off shoes. I love this. Designer sunglasses, 50% off. And don't forget, that's on top of the already discounted prices, 30 to 70%. It's happening right now. NPS, nice place to shop, located in Layton, in Orem, and 2 stores in Salt Lake City.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here is Aubrey Woodridge.
Well, we are still seeing some residual delays just due to our morning commute. Northbound I-15 from about 90th South to 13th South, you're going to see those slowdowns. Southbound I-15 in Davis County from Kaysville into Farmington, and then again from the North Interchange to about 600 North in downtown Salt Lake City. And northbound on Legacy Parkway, you're going to see that slowing there as well between Centerville and Farmington just due to some road work. Master storyteller and songwriter Michael McLean will be live on stage with the full Forgotten Carols cast in Orem, Ogden, Salt Lake, and Heber. Tickets going fast at ForgottenCarols.com. I'm Aubrey Withrich in the KSL Traffic Center.
We'll see some sort of hazy sunshine today, but it won't last long. We'll see rain tomorrow. Then Friday, we lose 20 degrees in temperature. It'll only be 36, and we'll have snow on Friday. 56 for our high today. Right now, it's 37 at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Dave, you and I talk so much about first-time home buyers and not enough starter homes and the cost of homes that I was thrilled to see that the governor is pushing forward with a really bold plan to infuse more starter homes into the Utah market.
But that being said, you look at the cost of homes. Are there even affordable homes out there? With all the programs, you apply them all, is there still a monthly payment that our kids can afford in their 20s? I don't see it right now. It will have to unveil itself and reveal itself because it seems pretty hopeless right now. It's 9:07. It's time for the launch.
Sequence engaged.
And here are three things Debbie wants you to know.
Countdown. 3.
In the 10 o'clock hour, just in about 45 minutes from now, actually, we're going to dive into the surprisingly light turnout, I think, for a public meeting to deal with the pending closures of 4 elementary schools in the Salt Lake City School District. I guess I expected thousands to pack the auditorium at West High, and really it was dozens. The district not making a final decision yet, but in the next few weeks, we know they will probably decide on whether to keep these 4 schools open or close them. We're going to have a live interview in 45 minutes to ask the district if there's a chance any of those 4 schools live to see another school year.
Absolutely not fair. Not even close to being fair.
That's one of the individuals who showed up last night at that meeting.
Absolutely not fair. Not even close to being fair.
A little kid screaming in the microphone might be my favorite thing.
It's awesome.
I think that's my new favorite thing. I think the fact that it was a light turnout speaks volumes, Debbie. To me, what it says is most parents, and I'm definitely in that camp, even though I'm not affected by these school closures, these proposed school closures. I think most parents don't care where their kids go. I don't think it's that big of a deal. And if that's the case, if it's just a few vocal minority parents, then move on, shut them down.
Countdown. 2.
Senator Mitt Romney calling it as he sees it, saying if the Democrats want more funding for Ukraine in support of their war efforts with Russia, well, there needs to be a lot more done on the home front to secure the southern border. Romney had quite a bit to say about this in front of the microphones. And we've got the audio. You're going to hear it at 10 o'clock this morning. But here's a taste of what he's saying.
We want to help Ukraine and Israel, but we've got to have the Democrats recognize that the trade here, the deal is we stop the open border.
Don't you just hate this is how Washington works? These two should not be tied in any way whatsoever. If you want to fund the Ukraine war, vote on that. If you want to fund the southern border, vote on that separately. I hate that there's this trading and like, hey, I'll give you this if you give me that. But that is how Washington runs. As much as we hate it, that is how business is done.
Launch countdown. 1.
Here's how we are launching the show today. The governor proposing a plan to infuse 35,000 new starter homes into Utah's housing market. It's no secret Gen Zers are on the verge of becoming forever renters because they can't afford a home. They can't find one to buy. There's bidding wars on less expensive homes. There's a shortage of reasonably priced homes. We're going to go in depth on the governor's plan straight ahead.
I believe this is an existential threat, not just to the American dream, but to our way of life.
35,000 new starter homes. If you're wondering where they came up with that number, that's how many we're short.
Dave and Dujanovic.
The launch.
Commence.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top local story.
Our top story is the governor pulling back the curtain on his plan to get those 35,000 homes built. First thing I wanted to know is, how quickly can you start building, Governor? Where can I volunteer? Can I bring the hammer and the nails and help? His plan is the next 5 years, Dave, to get first-time home buyers out of apartments, probably out of their parents' homes, if that's what they want, and into their own homes.
The single greatest threat to the future prosperity of our state is the price of a home. It's the inability, the unaffordability of homes in our state.
Part of this, we have to define what home they're talking about. If you're thinking, a quarter-acre lot, big 2,500, 3,500 square foot home, no, that's not what they're talking about. Starter homes can include condos, townhomes, a much smaller home on a much smaller lot size. So just to be very clear, this 35,000 homes that are going to be built, it's not like the homes that we're picturing in our head. This can be really densely populated areas.
I want to talk more about how he plans to do this. It is a bold plan, but I want to go back to this, what we just heard him say.
The single greatest threat to the future prosperity of our state is the price of a home. It's the inability, the unaffordability of homes in our state.
I hadn't seen it like that until I heard the governor say that. If our kids cannot afford a home and they don't want to stay forever renters, they're going to go out of state. They're going to go find homes in other states that are cheaper. And with the way folks are working now remotely, you could pretty much live anywhere. So why would you stay here? We have to have homes that are reasonably priced for first-time home buyers, or they're just not going to buy a home here. And if they're not buying a home here, they're not going to stay here. There's a potential they're going to pick up and leave. So how does he plan to get there? Well, one plan is to get developers some low-interest loans so they can start developing some water and some sewer lines and some roads, because apparently there's like some 200,000 lots or tens of thousands of lots that are ready to build on, but and borrowing money is really expensive.
And that's a serious hurdle. That is a serious hurdle because whenever the prices go up for the developers, they're just going to pass those straight on to the customer. They're not going to eat into their profits.
So it's a domino.
Yes. So to be able to offer some of these low-interest loans for the water and the sewer lines, some of that infrastructure, that is a huge incentive to the developers, because none of this matters if you can't get the developers excited and invested in building homes.
Yeah, you need a road, and you need water, and you need a sewer line. You definitely need a sewer line to those homes. So check that box. That's part of the governor's plan. That's one prong. The other prong is another chunk of money, and I thought this was interesting. We're going to try to learn more about this later in the show. Another chunk of money would be set aside to reduce the overall cost of a home in this way. The homeowner, under the governor's plan, would own the building, so the home, the 2 or 3 bedroom home, but not the lot. So you don't have to buy the lot. You'd pay a nominal lease fee for the lot, but your home would sit on that lot, and you would lease the land. Land's expensive, so that could cut the cost of a starter home. Don't know a lot more about it than that. We're trying to learn more.
Well, that's a great point. If you look at a $500,000 home, say it's sitting on a quarter acre, maybe half of that is the lot fee.
You think it's that much?
Well,
could be.
If you're to buy just a quarter acre, it's going to cost you, at least in many areas, $250,000, $300,000 just for the lot.
The third prong is he wants to expand this program that you and I have talked so much about, which is this $50 million pot of money that first-time home buyers can dip into, take out a $20,000 loan.
Interest-free loan.
So you have a lot more details on this.
Yeah, and they started it about 6 months ago. I'll update you, give you the insights of how many people have taken advantage of this, and if this is something they're going to do in perpetuity, if they're going to just do this every single year here in Utah, these interest-free loans.
Dave and Dujanovic.
2 new reasons to drop in on KSL on Friday mornings.
Starting in January, you'll hear Dave and Debbie Fridays at 9.
And hear the movie show at lunch from 11 to 1.
On KSL News Radio.
As the year winds down, the storylines are ramping up.
Salt Lake City is the preferred host.
Homelessness in Utah has been steadily increasing.
Israel and Hamas are back at war.
It should be a really good snow season across the state.
Keep up with these and the stories still to come. Listen to Tim and Amanda in the morning from 5 to 9. David Dujanovic at 9 and Boyd Matheson at 1. And on your drive home, get breaking updates and Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News from 3 to 7. All day, all season.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Your nearby Elite Day and Night Home Comfort experts wish you the happiest holiday and a $1,200 instant discount on a new day and night home comfort system.
The holidays, a time for family and friends, and you'll be warm all winter long with a new day and night home comfort system. Through December 15th, get an up to $1,200 instant discount with Day and Night's no-hassle warranty on qualifying systems. Go to dayandnightcomfort.com for a Day and Night Elite dealer near you. The difference is day and night.
For the right repair and the right paint, the right choice is manufacturer-certified Martins Collision Repair. Hi, I'm Tiago Martins. Many shops have ASC and ICAR-certified technicians, but few have certifications by General Motors, Nissan, Chrysler, Hyundai, Jeep, and many others, making Martins your right choice. Online at martinscollision.com, on State Street in Orem and in Salem, we work with all insurance companies.
The right repair, the right paint, the right choice. Martins Collision Repair.
This just in, Hot Tub Factory Outlet and Backyards of America have extended our biggest Black Friday sale ever. If you're looking for a hot tub or a swim spa, now's the time to buy. You can still take advantage of this incredible offer. Most retail establishments offer one item at a very low price just to get you in the door, and then everything else is at a higher price. But not us. Every single hot tub and swim spa on our showroom floor is marked at an incredible 30% off MSRP. Yep, you heard right. 30% off MSRP on every single hot tub and swim spa. Both locations have 15 to 20 hot tubs and swim spas to choose from. We'll remove your old hot tub for free, and we even offer financing through Mountain America. Come visit Hot Tub Factory Outlet next to Cowabunga Bay and Backyards of America in Sandy off of 90th South to take advantage of this incredible 30% off MSRP.
In 400 AD, a forgotten time in ancient America, warrior prophet Moroni must preserve the history of his fallen nation while being hunted by a ruthless tyrant.
Where is the brave general now?
From Freestyle Releasing and Great Scott Entertainment comes
The memory of my God,
The Oath.
my faith and my freedom, my wife and my son.
The Oath, coming to theaters this Friday. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. More information is available at oathmovie.com.
Are you ready to just take charge of your physical health and well-being? Now's the perfect time to do it, and the best way to do it is with SOTA Weight Loss. SOTA stands for state-of-the-art weight loss because it is. It's state-of-the-art. It'll help you deal with all of the challenges that normally go unaddressed when it deals with weight loss. You're going to have your own coach and nutritionist that are going to help you tackle the mental, emotional habits, the behaviors associated that will allow you to let that excess weight go. The pounds and inches fall off. It's amazing. I lost 37 pounds in just 90 days, and now it's been almost 2 full years. I am still 37 pounds down. I've never felt better, all through SOTA Weight Loss. And I'm not the only one. There's thousands of people across the country with similar results. It puts you in charge and you in control of what your body needs, how you get it, and how you can really thrive. Do it with SOTA Weight Loss, as I always say, when it comes to your SOTA Weight Loss journey. There's no time to lose, only time to win, so start winning today. Check it out at sotaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think.
All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Visit Boot Barn for savings on top quality holiday gifts this week only. We're offering $40 off exotic cowboy boots and up to $40 off select leather western boots. Our holiday specials this week also include 25% off select outerwear, western shirts, flannels, and jeans. Additionally, we're offering savings on children's outerwear and denim. Visit us this week and save on gifts for the whole family. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, a mother and her 2 kids are recovering after being pinned under a car in a school parking lot. Second, 2 children in Delta and Morgan are hurt after being hit by a car while crossing the street. And third, the 4th Republican primary debate takes place tonight. Right now, it's 37 degrees in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top local story.
The governor and legislators are trying to make it easier to get into a starter home for first-time home buyers. And they started this program that lends a $20,000 interest-free loan to these first-time home buyers looking to get into that first home. And the new homeowner can now use that money to not only help with the down payment, they can also use it to cover closing costs, or they can buy down that sticky 8% interest rate.
Yeah, they've done this for about 6 months. It's been very popular. They've already lent out about $10 million in this program.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So you spoke to Senate President Stuart Adams earlier this morning before the show. He carved out some time at about 8:15 to call you, and you recorded a conversation with him. Foreshadow what we're going to learn from your conversation with him, Dave.
Well, in part that this is not free money. This is not a stimulus check. This is truly a loan, but an interest-free loan. You have to pay this back once you refinance or you sell the home. So you'll have to pay the state back. To qualify for this, you have to be a first-time home buyer, and the cost of the home has to be under $450,000. So as I was speaking to Senate President Stuart Adams earlier this morning, the discussion was, okay, well, it was popular. It's worked. Are there going to be any tweaks to the program, or is it just full speed ahead, rubber stamp it, let's keep going?
And we know that the American dream is something that I think people are struggling for, and we've focused a lot on multifamily housing, but it's time that we actually focus on trying to get people into their home. When they do that, I think it helps their self-esteem, their self-worth. It actually helps them build equity, especially if they were to ever retire. They'd have some ability not to have a rent payment or a payment. They were able to have more stability throughout their lives. It's just a better quality of life. And so there's a significant difference whether it's even a townhome or a single-family home in ownership versus renting. So we're trying to actually facilitate that ability to own and the ability to build that equity. In the program, about 25% have been single-family homes. Just over 50% have been townhomes, and about 20-some-odd% or a little less than that have been condominiums. So there have been some ownerships, and we're trying to encourage builders and the cities to try to come up with small lots, a product that will allow someone to buy a home for under $450,000, which is the cap on this program.
Any interest in changing up some of the numbers, since we're looking at the average price of a home in Utah, nearly $550,000? Have you thought about even raising that $20,000 mark a little bit more?
Well, we're trying to do two things. One is we're trying to help lower the price of housing, and we're doing that in multiple ways. One is we're, again, keeping the cap at $450,000, which incentivizes people to try to find a way to bring that median housing price down. And we know that if we create more demand, because of Utah's strong economy, how well we're doing, we're the fastest growing state, we just create too much demand that will have housing prices go up. So what we're trying to do is actually increase the supply here. So if you increase the supply at a lower price point, you're going to help alleviate the challenge of not enough product, and hopefully you're going to incentivize trying to bring that median price down.
I know some of the problems that we're having right now is people are just not leaving their homes, in the sense like, you buy a starter home and then after a few years you move on to the next home and the next home. But now because mortgage prices, interest rates are so high, people just aren't leaving that home. Do you think that maybe opening up this loan program to older homes or used homes or lightly used homes, whatever it might be, might increase some of that area of movement?
Yeah, and again, the concern comes that if we simply incentivize more demand for housing, the price is going to go up. What we have to do is incentivize the supply. That's why this program is focused on new homes, is because it actually incentivizes bringing more product onto the market. And in the past, I believe that the market has been so strong that there are $1 million home buyers that have been very prevalent, and people have been the upper end of the home market has been so easy to build that nobody's focused on this first home buyer. So the product, we don't have enough product, we don't have enough supply. And we have to focus on increasing that supply. If we just simply increase the demand, we're going to send home prices skyrocketing again. So this is an effort to try to actually increase the number of homes, the number of first homes. We focused on apartments, we focused on multifamily housing, but to actually rent, that doesn't build equity for anyone. And I think that doesn't give people that great American dream, the stability of home ownership. So again, this is trying to focus on those renters getting out of their apartment and getting into a home.
As a former developer yourself, you probably have a unique insight into this right now, where developers just aren't building right now, obviously because the high costs of borrowing money. How do builders overcome this?
Well, we don't build homes anymore. We haven't built homes for probably 10 or 15 years. But back in the 90s, we built a number of homes. And Utah Housing had a first home product. It actually incentivized us to build starter homes for the first home buyer. And there are many companies around that build thousands of homes. And I think we weren't talking about trying to put young kids in apartments. We were actually talking about trying to put people into homes. And I think we've lost that a little bit. And I think I'm really proud of Utah Housing and how they've rolled this out and how we're actually pivoting. And now we're looking at that first home buyer. And again, the market is tough with higher interest rates. This is a time to be able to have a program like this that allows people to buy the rate down, be able to get a rate that is affordable for them to buy a home, and to be able to get into that first home.
That was Senate President Stuart Adams, who I spoke to earlier this morning, Debbie, on this. And there were a couple of things that really stood out to me. He said, the stability of home ownership. And you and I both looked at each other as soon as he said, remember, we need to make sure that home ownership is a reality. Think of your parents when they retire. If they don't own a home, imagine how crippling that can be. My parents were making $700 to $800 a month house payments. Right now, that same house is $2,500 a month. If people can't purchase a home, by the time they retire, it's going to be so expensive to try to come up with that ever increasing rent payment.
So that really goes back to what the governor had said earlier we played this in our show.
The single greatest threat to the future prosperity of our state is the price of a home. It's the inability, the unaffordability of homes in our state.
And I latched on to, our younger generation is going to move to another state that's more affordable to buy a home. I still think that's a real possibility, but what could also be at work here is if we can't get people into homes now, they will not be able to ever afford to retire because they will be a forever renter and rent payments will just go up.
Well, think about it. If you're renting or if you're buying your first home in your 40s and a 30-year loan, you're in your 70s before that's paid off.
Sure. Okay, so this loan program that the state is crafting, it sounds like the governor wants to re-up this. the initial $50 million pot of money, infuse another $50 million. You said a number of people have already taken advantage of this $20,000 interest-free loan to get into a new home. Has to be a new home. Under $450,000. And you heard Senate President Stuart Adams say, this program's working. That 50% of those who have applied for these loans are getting into townhomes. The others are getting into single-family homes. Some are getting into condos. Is $20,000 enough? I'm asking you. Is $25,000 enough? What do you think?
Well, the struggle here, I think it is. Because if you start offering interest-free loans, the larger and the larger they get, then you're going to really drive up the cost of homes. It's a delicate balance they're trying to find.
Okay, so that's your perspective. $20,000 is enough. It's a jump start. It's a good jump start into a new home. Let's get the perspective of a Gen Z or a 20-something-year-old next.
9:31 at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. Our top story this hour, over 100 workers could lose their jobs after Smithfield Farms says they are shutting down a number of hog farms around Utah. KSL News Radio's Hugo Rickard-Bell has more.
26 hog farms are closing down across Utah because of an oversupply of pork and a decline in consumer demand, according to a statement from Smithfield Farms. This farmer wants to remain anonymous, but he says the amount of jobs lost will hugely affect Beaver County, where he is from.
I mean, we could lose teacher jobs. We could lose businesses that are already here could lose business. I mean, a lot of people do business with Smithfield.
He explained that the shutting down of such a large employer of the county will lead to families being forced to leave. Hugo Rickard-Bell, KSL News Radio.
Smithfield Farms says they are offering to relocate affected employees. Just released the 2023 Utah Women Labor Report. Founding director of the Utah Women in Leadership Project at Utah State, Susan Matson, says Utah companies are making strides to create workplaces more accessible for working mothers.
In the past few years, we're kind of catching up with the nation on companies saying, wow, we have to have women in the workforce. We want to support them.
Some of the biggest issues shown in the report are gender pay gaps. Utah ranked the worst in the nation, along with the difficulty of finding and affording childcare. Our top national story now from ABC News. Los Angeles is one step closer to banning rodeos. Bob Blumenfield is the council member behind the legislation and says it's aimed at preventing animal abuse.
This is not about the cultural issues. And it's not about horse riding. It's about stopping animal cruelty.
Those opposing the ban argue rodeos and similar events play a key role in their cultures. Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 13 points, now just a fraction. We're at 36,136. Coming up, it's the warm before the storm. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:33.
Enough people running around Broadcast House at 4 in the morning to field a football team.
Producers, reporters, the traffic team, and us.
This is Tim and Amanda.
Join us each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
I'm with you, folks. I love computers. I love technology. I want the iPhone 15. Absolutely, I do. But if there's one thing I've learned over the years is when you have a computer, whether it's in your hand or sitting on your desktop, is they can be problematic. They get buggy. They have to be restarted, which is in part way Connecticut of Utah decided to revolutionize the water softener industry. They invented a system with no electrical parts whatsoever. So if you want a water softener with Connecticut, you don't have to set anything up. If the power goes out, you don't have to restart it. There's no computer parts. It's just mechanical. It gives you 24/7 soft water all the time, so it is completely and totally hassle-free. The only thing I have to remember to do, and this honestly is only happening every couple of months, I throw a little salt in the bin. That's it. I throw some salt in the bin, I get the soft water, and I don't have to think about it. They have an incredible, no-nonsense, no loophole, 10-year warranty, so you'll get to enjoy that soft water without any headaches. Connecticut of Utah, give them a call, 801-576-8600. My family has loved it. We love how soft our skin feels after we take showers and baths. 801-576-8600, or you can log on to softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and in person.
Order for Nick.
So is it possible that fast internet could help your business outrun the rush? It is with Comcast Business. Up-leveling your speed with gig speed Wi-Fi, powering all your devices, and fast downloads and uploads, powered by the next generation 10G network. With Comcast Business, next-level speed isn't just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Call or go online to learn more. Ends 12/20/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and compatible router.
Pelvic congestion syndrome, or pelvic venous congestion, is an important but often overlooked cause of chronic pelvic pain. It's estimated that up to 30% of patients with chronic pelvic pain may actually suffer from a symptomatic pelvic venous disorder. IVC, the leading interventional vascular and vein center in Utah for over 15 years, is here to help. Typical symptoms of pelvic venous congestion include dull achiness and heaviness in the pelvis, often made worse by prolonged standing. Well, it can often be successfully treated with a minimally invasive procedure called embolization. Pelvic venous embolization requires little or no downtime and is performed in an outpatient setting. Nearly 85% of women treated experience significant relief of their symptoms. If you suffer from the symptoms of pelvic venous congestion, let the experts at IVC help. Visit ivein.com for more or call 801-379-6700 today. As IVC has been saying for years, life starts when the pain stops.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here is Aubrey Withrich.
Well, right now I am seeing some pretty good roads right now if you're on I-15 between downtown Salt Lake and heading into Davis and Weber County. But if you are traveling on Legacy Parkway there northbound between Centerville and Farmington, you are still going to see those delays. That's just due to some road work there. A little touch of northbound slowing through Murray right now and southbound slowing through Draper if you are heading in South Salt Lake direction. It's IFA's Holiday Sale now through December 24th. Get one a day only specials on gardening, lawn care, and farm essentials, plus go-to holiday gifts at ifa.coop. I'm Aubrey Withrich in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, the storm will come in Thursday with some rain, and that will turn into snow on Friday morning. So make sure you're listening to KSL on Friday morning. Right now it's 41 degrees at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Just getting information about surprise announcement that former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has announced after he got the boot, he's giving Congress the boot. He is resigning his seat in a matter of weeks. He'll be out, he says, by the end of December.
Yeah, this was from a Wall Street Journal opinion piece he posted just a few minutes ago, or they posted on his behalf, and he said, I'm grateful for the time I've had, but I'm finished. I'm done. This stuff drives me crazy, Debbie. It absolutely drives me crazy when politicians who have been wronged, and this is what Kevin McCarthy thinks. He was ousted as Speaker of the House. He's been wronged, and now he's taking his ball and going home. He was elected to serve 2 years, and he's leaving halfway through.
Well, we recently had that happen with our very own Congressman Chris Stewart, who resigned for much different reasons, but we just went through a special election after he announced he would serve his last day mid-September of this year. He resigned due to health concerns regarding his wife. Former House Speaker McCarthy first entered the House in 2007, so he's been around for a hot minute. Went up the leadership ladder almost right away, and then, of course, got booted within a matter of months, if I recall, by what he eventually ended up calling the Crazy Eight. 8 right-winged Republicans who wanted to see him gone after he negotiated to carve out a deal to keep the government open. He said he never regretted that deal. It was important to keep the federal government open. But they voted with those 8 aligned with the Democrats and voted to oust him a few months ago. And that was the door open then for now current House Speaker Mike Johnson to take over the gavel.
And this squeezes Republicans even more in the House. They have a very narrow majority in the House. They only have 4. Now you lose George Santos, that takes it down to 3. You lose Kevin McCarthy, that takes it down to 2. This is a very slim majority. Again, it only matters if you have 1. You only need a majority
that's a
of
little
1.
Scary, though.
But that's
you want that insurance.
You need every single person to show up to every single vote.
George Santos being expelled from Congress last Friday. He's a New York Republican who lied his way up the ladder. And then eventually the House Ethics Committee overturned a number of what they alleged as significant fraud that he was committing regarding his campaign funds. So there was enough votes amassed to give him the boot. That did away with one Republican, and then now a second Republican, very high-ranking Republican, important Republican, back in the House announcing that he will leave his seat, Kevin McCarthy resigning his seat at the end of December. We are going to continue to get more voices on the air regarding the potential problems this is going to cause for the Republican Party. And if there's any chance at all that that House seat in California could flip to blue, because there is a chance that House seat in New York that was abandoned by George Santos because of his lies, that could flip to blue. Let's continue on our top.
And Dujanovic, special coverage of the top local story.
While we wait for more voices on the developing story about Kevin McCarthy, our own governor, Spencer Cox, proposing a plan to get 35,000 starter homes built in Utah in the next 5 years. As part of that plan, a $50 million pot of money will be expanded. He wants another $50 million infused in that pot of money to offer $20,000 interest-free loans to first-time home buyers in Utah to purchase a home, new home, $450,000 or less.
Yes, and they've only used about $10 million so far of the $50,000 that was allocated. So to tack another $50 million onto this, that means there's $100 million in the pot. Though it has been popular, it hasn't been straining. To only use 20% of it may speak to other problems that we have, which is developers actually building these homes and offering homes under $450,000.
The question we posed on Facebook, on our KSL News Radio Facebook page, wow, lots of comments already. The question is this: the state of Utah is offering $20,000 to first-time home buyers. Is this enough? Let us know what you think. Lots of people weighing in on this. Brian says instead they should give tax incentives to businesses to give meaningful pay raises. And then Jesse chimed in and said they need better ways for first-time home buyers to fix debt so they qualify. Caitlin Johnston, our Gen Z producer here on the show.
Millennial.
A millennial.
A zillennial.
Close enough.
Barely.
Zillennial is actually.
Yep.
Barely.
95.
Barely. Okay, you're caught between Gen Z friends and millennial friends who are your own age. Is $20,000 enough? Dave said it was enough. He felt like it was enough to jumpstart people into getting into their first home. How about you?
I don't want to say it's not enough because it's something, and I appreciate the something. I think that it's great that the state is doing this, and it makes me excited, but there's a root issue that it's, okay, I'll get into a house, but I can't sustain that payment, and that's the issue. So I'm grateful for it, but I think that I like those ideas, higher pay. That would help me just getting out of some debt to end this vicious cycle of, not being able to put as much savings down as I want. So yes, but the more the better.
Because you worry then you get into a $450,000 home, even with $20,000 down, your payment's still going to be right around $3,000 a month.
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
No,
it's
I don't
not,
want to be
it's
house
not even.
broke,
You couldn't even
I wouldn't
afford
qualify,
that.
for
you
that.
wouldn't. Oh, so what about $350,000 house?
I mean, it all depends on what I'm paying monthly and what that is determined. But I don't want to be paying.
You'd be paying about $2,500 a month.
That's too much.
Okay,
I can't
how
afford
about
that.
a $300,000 house,
I don't know.
Caitlin?
If the payment
would be about $2,000 a month.
That's borderline too much. I'd be struggling.
You'd have to have a roommate.
Yeah, I would say $1,500 a month is what I could possibly afford on my own. It's not what I pay now in rent because I split about that, but yeah.
Yeah, I think this is probably not for you, right? Obviously, you're not in the spot in your life where home ownership is really practical right now. I think what it does, Debbie, is for people that can say, you know what, I can pay the monthly mortgage. What I can't do is come up with another $10,000 in closing costs and another $5,000 to buy down an interest rate and another $5,000 in a down payment or whatever it might be. That's where this $20,000 goes. I think the assumption is, okay, if you can make the monthly payment, there's a lot of extra costs in closing on a house that we're going to help you out with. And that's where I see that $20,000 truly being enough.
Go ahead, Caitlin.
I was going to say, I agree with you. I know we're running out of time. But I just am curious to know how many people in my age, I'm almost 30. I would think I would be in a different spot by now.
You're definitely a millennial then.
But I just think I would be curious to know how many people actually would struggle with a $3,000 payment. Or even as a couple. I don't know everyone's situation as a single person, as a couple. But I think the single people need some more help because I don't think that being married should be a qualification to buy a house.
And
so,
you need that second income is what you're saying in order to.
But even then, it's still, $3,000. That's a high price.
That is a great question. I think you represent a lot of people who are struggling and they're stuck in this pickle of I want to get into my first home, but at $450,000 or even $400,000, I cannot afford that payment, and I don't think I would be able to sleep at night if I did get in, even if I qualified for it.
Yeah.
So, as always, Caitlin, our millennial producer, we thank you so much for bringing your perspective. I think your voice represents a lot of people in your age group. Straight ahead, the Salt Lake City School District looking at closing 4 elementary schools. So they held a public meeting last night for input. Hold on a second. I mean, we cannot miss this. Okay, hold on.
Absolutely not fair. Not even close to being fair.
We don't know for sure that might have been the youngest person in attendance. We're wondering if that little voice is weighing in at all on the district's decision. We'll ask the district that question next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Finally, Friday. Now you can hear Dave and Dujanovic 5 days a week.
Starting in January, Dave and Debbie will be on Fridays at 9.
Then the movie show from 11 to 1.
On KSL News Radio.
Debbie, I can't tell you. This is such a weird feeling. I'm excited that Master Electrical's coming to my house tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
How do you get
already?
excited about it?
Master Electrical not only does EV chargers, they do those ceiling lights that you also need. While they're out there, Dave, ask them to look at how do you get rid of your lamps ASAP.
It's going to start small. It's going to be like, hey guys, will you look at I want to install a new EV charger, and then it's going to end up inside, probably in the bathroom as well.
I really appreciate Master Electrical's approach to bids. It's upfront pricing, and it's their upfront pricing guarantee that has impressed me. So the price that they give you up front when you call Master Electrical and you invite them into your home to give you a bid is the price you're going to pay when the job is done. It's guaranteed.
They proudly serve from Logan to Santa Quin. They're always open, so if you have an emergency, they can take care of you there too.
The phone number to call, the phone number that Dave called and so many others are calling is 801-543-2222, 801-543-2222.
Or online at masterelectrical.com.
You probably know how much you'll get from Social Security in retirement, but do you know how much you'll pay in taxes on your benefits, or how these taxes could impact your IRA and 401k withdrawals or your Medicare premiums? Hi, I'm Ryan Thacker.
And I'm Tyson Thacker from Boss Retirement Solutions. Filing for Social Security, well, it's a lot more complicated than most people know. So this decision can't be taken lightly.
Discover how you could wring every nickel out of your benefits with a free customized Social Security analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of the Best of State Award. If you've saved more than $200,000 and have not filed for Social Security, schedule your free analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622. Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
The holidays are the happiest time of the year. That is, unless you or your loved ones are miserable because of colds, sinus infections, or allergies. This holiday season, give the gift of better breathing with Navage. What makes Navage so effective? Well, unlike cold and allergy drugs that might take a long time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage provides fast relief from sinus congestion in 30 seconds flat. Navage doesn't just relieve symptoms, it attacks the cause by sucking out the germs, allergens, and viruses trapped in your nose that are making you feel miserable. Best of all, Navage does it naturally, without drugs. Wash away your cold and congestion problems this holiday season. Add Navage to your gift list so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
When words come out of our mouths and everything sounds fine, no one bats an eye. But if things come out a little jumbled or letters sound different than most, there's speech therapy. But did you know that speech therapy is used for more than just stuttering or dysfluency? From articulation to expressive and receptive language to a simple act of swallowing that most of us take for granted, speech therapy can do amazing things for you, your health, and of course your sense of self. That's why Summit Speech Therapy is here. Summit Speech Therapy works with people of all ages, from infants and toddlers who have a difficult time feeding or eating, TBI, stroke, or coma patients, to children and adults with speech problems. So much of it is all related, and Summit Speech Therapy can help. Summit works with all insurance companies as well as private pay options, and the experience can be life-changing. With clinics up and down the Wasatch Front, including Murray, with no long waiting for an appointment. For more, visit summitslp.com. That's summitslp.com.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, a mother and her 2 kids are recovering after being pinned under a car in a school parking lot. Second, 2 children in Delta and Morgan are hurt after being hit by a car while crossing the street. And third, the 4th Republican primary debate takes place tonight. Right now, it's 37 degrees in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
David Dujanovic.
I want to remind you that starting in January, Dave and I are going to also be on Fridays. Finally on Fridays, 9 to 11 on Friday, because we also have to save some room for our favorite movie show.
Yeah, they'll be on from 11 to 1, so if you're enjoying your lunch, you can listen to the movie show as well.
The D2 Follow-Up Report. We stay connected to important stories to give you the latest.
Here at KSL News Radio and KSLNewsRadio.com, we have been very, very closely following the developments regarding the proposed closure of 4 elementary schools in the Salt Lake City School District. If you're like, what? I didn't know about this. This has been an ongoing situation for several schools. I mean, they didn't know which 4 until recently. They boiled that number down. I've got the list in just a moment. But it drew a little bit of a crowd for a public meeting yesterday at West High School. This little kid's voice was probably the loudest.
Absolutely not fair. Not even close to being fair. Absolutely not fair. Not even close to being fair.
Kiddo, I'm going to make that my ringtone. That is just, I mean, my heart.
Absolutely not fair. Not even close to being fair.
Just sinks and just flutters, thinking, oh, they're defending to keep the school open.
Okay, number 1, that's totally cheating, right? That's rolling out the 6-year-old with that voice. That is cheating. That is playing on the heartstrings. And that's not what we're doing. We're trying to make a very reasonable, well-calculated decision. And you bring me this?
Yeah. Oh, I love it. I love the fact that they opened the microphone up for anybody who wanted to say something to save their school, and you've got the little voices there. Potential closures could happen at Mary Jackson on 2nd North and about 7th West, Benyon, 4th South, 8th East, Riley Elementary, 14th South, 8th West, also Hawthorne at 17th South and 7th East. Let's get a little bit more from Peter Johnston here at KSL News Radio, and then we're going to get the district on the line.
Last night's meeting brought out a range of emotions among concerned parents and students.
Our children deserve a lot more than what we're giving them today.
You have a school that is ranked top 1% in the nation you're about to close.
Absolutely not fair. Not even close to being fair.
The district justifies the plan to close these schools with a student population study, But KSL TV reports that of the 27 elementary schools in the district, only 7 were included in that study. District spokeswoman Yandri Chatwin tells KSL TV this isn't a done deal, but it could be by January 9th next year. Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
Debbie, as you were describing how many people showed up, you described it as dozens. I wonder if that speaks to the larger issue that most parents are pretty cool with it. You know, that they don't care where their kids go, that they understand the dilemma they're in.
Yandri Chatwin with the Salt Lake City School District. I also wonder, with today's day and age, maybe you also received a number of emails and would consider the public's response via email or, I don't know, Pony Express adequate enough. But I didn't. I was expecting that to be overflowing into the halls, and it just wasn't last night.
Yeah, it's actually been a lot quieter than we had anticipated. We between the 20th when we announced the recommendation and now have spent some time. Our director of Boundaries and Planning went to every school to meet with parents on their home turf, answer questions. But it has been pretty quiet. What you heard last night, that's the gist of it. And we had 50 people come out and address the board, and we're really glad. That's really important. The board needs to know the impacts on families, and it's important for them to take that into account.
Since there were relatively few people compared to the number of families that would be affected, are you getting more support and are parents vocalizing that, or is there silence what is sending the message?
The comments, I wouldn't say anyone's feeling thrilled for their school to close, but we have had a lot of input that the recommendations make sense. People understand that with the significant population decrease in elementary schools in the last several years here in Salt Lake, that we did need to do something, and we did our very best to balance the many aspects. Like you said, this is an emotional process because there's so much that communities invest into their neighborhood schools. And for the board to take that into account is critical, but it was heartening to hear a lot of people letting us know that our rationale makes sense. And while they're not thrilled about the school that they go to being closed, what that has then led to is productive conversations about things we need to take into account in transition.
Decision will be made first part of January, it sounds like, or at least more information will be rolled out by then with Jackson, Benyon, Riley, and also Hawthorne Elementary schools in the Salt Lake City School District set for potential closure. And Yandri, before we let you go,
absolutely not fair. Not even close to being fair.
Doesn't that child's school get to stay open after that impassioned 4-second speech?
That's so tough. It'll be the board's call, but like you said, January is the earliest that we will know.
All right. Yandri Chatwin, thank you so much for jumping on the line with us, and we will continue to follow this developing story as it rolls on even over the holidays. When you all are celebrating with your families, our producers and reporters will be monitoring that story very closely and reporting any new information.
I'm not affected by this specifically, but my wife and I were having this discussion, and I said, wow, how would you feel if they shut down our elementary school where we're at? And let me tell you, that was my elementary school. My kids go to the same elementary school that I did, and I was in year one as soon as it opened, and I just don't have such an attachment to the school that I think, no, my kids can't be educated anywhere else. Of course they can be educated elsewhere. I have trust in the district. I like the schools that are surrounding my area. Sure, it's a mild inconvenience, but if, for example, we were to move, perhaps my kids get bused now instead of me having to drive my kids to school. So sometimes there's unforeseen benefits, and it's not nearly as bad as maybe you feel it would be.
In the 10 o'clock hour, more on the sudden announcement that former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will step down in just a matter of weeks at the end of the month and resign his seat in Congress. Also, Senator Mitt Romney, you want more funding for Ukraine? Well,
we want to help Ukraine and Israel, but we've got to have the Democrats recognize that the trade here, the deal is we stop the open border.
KSL Salt Lake City.
Listen at home on any smart speaker.
And in your car at 102.7 FM.
This is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top story this hour.
A mother and her young child were rescued by dozens of students at Layton Christian Academy yesterday after they were hit and pinned underneath a car. KSL TV's Dan Rascone has details.
Girls, boys, it didn't matter. They just all took a spot in the car. And
Chris Crowder is the head of the school.
I didn't really know what was going on. I looked across the parking lot and noticed the car, and they were screaming. And so I ran over there, and I looked under the car and seen mom and child underneath the car pinned. It was a split second. I immediately just ran into the building because I knew I had to get a lot of people to lift this car.
The mother and child were taken to the hospital along with another child who was injured but not trapped. All are expected to survive. Members of the Tongan royal family will be in Utah today for the opening of a new worship space for the Free Wesleyan Church of Tonga. The building's a repurposed stake center originally built by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It's at about 36th West and 44th South in West Valley. The ribbon cutting and church blessing is set for noon today. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Homicide investigators in 2 cities in Texas trying to find a motive for a day-long shooting spree that left 6 people dead. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
It's thought to have started in San Antonio, where 2 people were murdered inside a house that's connected to the suspect. From there, the gunman headed north to Austin, murdering 4 people in 2 locations and wounding 3 more along the way, including 2 law enforcers. A pursuit ended in a crash and an arrest. Now 34-year-old Shane James is held on 4 counts of capital murder.
And your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up but just barely on this day, 12 points in the green. The NASDAQ is up only about 13 points right now. And our KSL weather, another just delightfully warm day. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:02.
Early mornings can be hard enough, just getting yourself going.
We try to make it a little easier with news and weather from comfortable, trusted anchors and reporters.
Join us on Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9
on KSL News Radio.
Hey, you. The one on the couch who just told your friend you can't go out because you're busy? Ready to get real about your psoriasis? When your current treatments don't do enough to help control the inflammation beneath the skin, causing plaques and pain, stressing and scratching, it's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The holiday season is right around the corner, so give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Stihl. With powerful trimmers, blowers, and chainsaws to place under the tree, the Stihl Holiday Gift Guide has something for everyone. Save $40 on the HSA 45 battery-powered hedge trimmer. Visit your local Stihl dealer or go to stihlusa.com/gift guide. Real Stihl. Find yours. Now $99.99 was $139.99 MSRP. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. For a limited time, Half Price Granite is offering special pricing starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
Guys, your promise is your word, right? You stick by it, you live by it. So does Revive Men's Health with our Revive Promise for low T and ED. The Revive Promise means your tests and lab work are free when you begin treatment, and our low T and ED treatments are money back guaranteed. Yes, that's right. We stand behind our treatments and our results. That's our promise to you. Revive Men's Health has successfully helped thousands of men with low T, ED, and sexual health issues since 2011. If you're experiencing symptoms like chronic low energy, less drive, sleep issues, weight gain, poor performance, bad moods, or ED, you need Revive. Don't settle. Get affordable, guaranteed custom low T and ED solutions with lasting results from Salt Lake City's favorite men's clinic. And remember, there are no extra bills when you begin treatment. All labs and tests are free, and your low T and ED treatments are money-back guaranteed. Call Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City today to schedule your appointment. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Positive mortgage news? Interest rates have dropped and trending down from 2023 yearly highs. Click loansbyrick.com. Purchase or cashback loans. Visit loansbyrick.com. Imagine how inconvenient your life would be without power. No lights, no refrigeration, no heating or cooling, and no electronics. But with a Generac home standby generator, you'll have the power when you need it most. Generac generators automatically provide backup after sensing a power outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Schedule a free quote today with Genco Generators, your premier Generac service dealer in Utah. Call 801-295-0872 or online at gencogenerators.net.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Aubrey Withridge.
Well, things are actually looking really good right now if you're traveling on I-15 anywhere throughout Utah County and Salt Lake County and Davis-Weber County. I am seeing a little bit of slowing if you're northbound on Legacy Parkway between Centerville and Farmington. That's just due to some road work going on there. 215 looking great, as is the 201 freeway and I-80 if you're coming out of Tooele right now. Western Nut Company holiday gift centers are located in Layton Hills, Newgate in Ogden, the shops at Southtown and Sandy, Fashion Place Mall in Murray, and University Place in Orem. I'm Aubrey Withridge in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, another warm day with a high around 56. Rain showers move in early tomorrow. Another storm arrives on Friday with light snow in the valleys and a foot or more in some mountain areas. And right now, we're at 43 degrees, partly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
So the White House is warning that money for the Ukraine war will run out by the end of the year if new funding is not approved by Congress. But on the other side of this, you have Senator Mitt Romney saying that unless there is funding to secure our southern border here in America, there won't be any more money for Ukraine.
Because the question is not, does Ukraine need the money? We agree Ukraine needs the money, and it's in America's interest to get the money to help Ukraine. And unless they're willing to shut down the 10,000 a day being released into the country, they're not going to get a deal done.
Isn't it just awful that this is how Washington works? He says right out of the gate, nobody's arguing that Ukraine needs the money. No one's arguing that we should fund Ukraine. But unless we get our demands met, then we're going to say no. Now, I'm not blaming Senator Romney. This is the way it works in Washington, but it drives me crazy. These things should be totally and completely separate. If you want to fund Ukraine, fund it. If you want to fund the southern border, fund it. Independently, not tied together.
I'm looking forward to hearing more of what Senator Romney said in front of the cameras as he left a meeting regarding Ukraine and funding Ukraine. But just I want to briefly remind myself, why the United States financial support of Ukraine is so critical. We're going on year 2, right? Has it been almost 2 years since Russia?
In February.
My goodness. Remember, we were initially reporting that Kiev would fall within days.
Yeah.
Would fall into Russian hands. That hasn't happened. The Ukrainian people have been fighters, and they have held off Russia. And the fear is that if Russia does take all of Ukraine, then where does it stop? So U.S.-backed financial support to Ukraine has been critical in Ukraine's efforts, and we've seen Zelensky all but beg for more funding for military equipment to help his military and civilians go, head-to-head against Russia. And they've done incredible. I mean, it's incredible, their tenacity and their fight. But now we have this, like, as you said, you hate to see it, Ukraine funding or secure the border. You're not going to get funding for Ukraine if you don't secure the border. I mean, this has been a 40-year problem at the border, and we're going to secure it by Saturday? I mean, it's tricky.
Yeah, and when you look at Ukraine, and we can have that discussion. We need to look at what has happened. Number one, we rolled out help to Ukraine in such a strange way. Like, nickels and dimes at a time. Like, oh, we're going to give you helmets today. We'll give you guns tomorrow. We're not going to give you any personnel. We're not going to give you any jets. But, we'll give you maybe a tank a year down the road. It's been very strange how we've, quote unquote, helped Ukraine. But that being said, in the last year, there's been a pushback, a counter insurgency. They've tried to push the Russians out of Ukraine. They have not done so. They have not been successful pushing the Russians out. So many lawmakers are asking, okay, well, what's going to be different this year? And how much longer are we going to have to fund this war, fund your war? We are disproportionately paying for this war compared to other places in Europe. Okay, that's a great conversation to have. Okay, now we'll have the entirely different conversation of how to secure the border, a problem that we've had for decades and decades and decades that we think is going to be solved by Tuesday.
Senator Mitt Romney stepped out of a meeting. It sounded like it was a very high-level meeting, top secret meeting regarding Ukraine and funding. He came out of that meeting and he's like, that didn't even need to be top secret. I mean, it was information that lots of people already know about. But then he stepped in front of the cameras and reporters started asking him questions about Ukraine, funding Ukraine with time running out. And he said this.
There's an ongoing briefing right now. And as you might imagine, the briefers are saying things we've all known. We can read about it in any newspaper, have been said publicly. There's nothing new in what they're describing. And Republicans are saying, that there's support for Ukraine, but there has to be security of our border. Yesterday, over 10,000 people came into this country. Today, another 10,000. This is a rate of 3.7 million a year. We have to stop that. But Chuck Schumer says, well, we can't negotiate. It's like, guys, that has to be done, or there's not going to be help for Ukraine and Israel. We want to help Ukraine and Israel, but we've got to have the Democrats recognize that the trade here, the deal is we stop the open border. They don't want to do that. So Republicans are just walking out of the briefing because the people there are not willing to actually discuss what it takes to get a deal done.
So I'm not going to repeat this issue, like that they should be discussed independently. Okay, that's not how Washington works. Fine. At what point do you keep saying no to this deal? Republicans are saying, we're not doing anything until you secure the border. Then fine. There's clearly a need. 10,000 people, according to Mitt Romney, 10,000 people are crossing the border, millions a year at that pace. So what is going to be done, and how much money is what's the sticking point? Because right now they're talking about $100 billion worth of funding to both Ukraine and Israel.
And what's going to get done if they keep walking out of meetings?
There's no reason to sit and listen to people talking about how important it is to help Israel and Ukraine. We know that. I agree with that fully. As Leader McConnell says, there's no one that's a bigger supporter of Ukraine than Leader McConnell. But he has insisted that we also secure our border. And that was in the president's request from the very beginning of the supplemental. The president put funding for border security in the supplemental. He brought the topic to the table. So let's shut off this open border. The challenge is that the Democrats have, they want to have people be able to come into the country in droves illegally. And the number is 10,000 a day. That is simply not something that our country can handle.
So we walked out of the meeting. Haven't we all been in that meeting where they're just repeating the same stuff over and over? And we say, I know all this. What are we doing here? And I think that's why Senator Romney just walked out of that meeting saying, I know everything you're going to say. There's no solutions. You know what we want. And until you're willing to give us what we want, then this meeting is over.
I don't know if I agree with him that, Democrats want all these people to come in illegally. Because I look back on our history, and this has been going on under both political parties' administrations. It just has. They're pointing the finger at each other all the time. Just get in the same room and solve the problem. But if you're not going to stay in the same room together, then you're not going to solve the problem. But walking out, to me, is not the solution either. I mean, yeah, we've all been in that meeting, but this is a this is dire. I mean, we're having some serious issues at the border, no doubt. Just watched video this morning of people lined up on the Mexico side of the border trying to get in. And there were a ton of people. This is a problem, but it has been. So stop finger pointing and just figure it out. Figure it out. I know it's not simple, but that's why we hire you guys.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We know Utah relies on KSL for balance and fair treatment.
We provide news and analysis from all sides.
Utah's Morning News from 5 to 9.
Dave and Debbie, 9 to noon on KSL News Radio.
Was this on your list for 2024?
Mike Lee could be on the short list if they head up the Justice Department.
Mike Lee as AG. And that would mean another Utah Senate race. Or not. The plot thickens for Your Voice and Your Vote 2024 on KSL News Radio.
When you invest your money from your IRA or 401k, you'll owe taxes on all of your investment gains. And this could turn into a huge tax bill in retirement. But if you convert to a Roth, the future gains on your investments are tax-free. And that could be a windfall of tax savings. Hi, I'm Tyson Thacker.
And I'm Ryan Thacker from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you have an IRA or 401k, discover how converting to a Roth could save you a fortune in taxes when you retire.
Learn exactly how much money you could save in taxes with a free customized Roth conversion analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of the Best of State Award. If you saved at least $200,000 for retirement, schedule your free analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622.
Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
Debbie, I want to tell you, it wasn't until I was in my 20s that once I had kids, I started drawing around and kind of doodling around that I realized, number one, I like art. Who knew this? And I actually had a little bit of a talent for it.
You're very good.
But I thought, I'm too old. I'm too old to start now.
Mark Peterson in studio with us right now from Peterson Art Center in Sugar House. We've got to get Dave into some of these fabulous classes you offer. And you say that art is for everybody.
Absolutely. My father and I opened the center back in '93. And it was with a dream and a belief that every single person is creative and needs an opportunity in order to have a full life to express their creativity. So when I hear you talk about doodling around a little bit, that's our classic student, and they come from all walks of life. Doctors, lawyers, housewives, kids, senior citizens. It opens up a whole new aspect of their lives.
I never would have thought I had a talent for it. I never thought I did. I didn't do it very well in high school or junior high classes, but I have found it so relaxing and fulfilling to even as a bad artist, I still find it a lot of fun.
Well, first off, we don't have any bad artists at the Peterson Art Center. We take everybody where they're at, and we start and believe in them from day one. It's very, very positive in terms of atmosphere. People don't need to think, oh, I'm not good enough. If you're interested, we know that you belong with us.
If people go right now to petersonartcenter.com, there's a special deal. Talk to us about that, Mark.
So, it's a holiday season, and we all have people in our lives that are so hard to buy for, and usually we end up getting them some kind of a weird gift, or we give them the same thing every year. So we have gift certificates for classes. They're good for any class. They can choose from watercolor, oil painting, kids classes. They can choose wheel-thrown pottery classes that are very positive. And right now we have our new student gift certificates on sale for 25% off. That makes it so affordable. We're talking just the $86 and change to give a gift that's not the same old thing, that will open up their lives in a brand new way.
They get to take classes.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
Wait, how many classes? I thought this was a one class thing. There's more than one class?
So we operate kind of the way that people operate, taking maybe piano lessons or taking yoga classes on a month-to-month basis. So it's for 4 2-hour classes, and then we hope that they'll stay on with us. We have people that in much the same way you make a yoga class part of your lifestyle, they make art part of their lifestyle. Every Wednesday at in the evening or in the morning. We have classes all day long, every day, Monday through Saturday. It's an opportunity to come in and experience the artists within.
You can find more about this at petersonartcenter.com.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15s. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, students at a private high school in Layton lifted a car off a woman and child who had been struck in their parking lot yesterday. Second, the Free Wesleyan Church of Tonga cutting the ribbon on a new worship space today in West Valley. And third, 6 people died yesterday when a gunman went on a shooting spree in Texas. He's now in custody. Right now, 45 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
After he got the boot as Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy is giving Congress the boot, announcing a short time ago that he is resigning his seat as a member of the House after he was demoted by largely his own party, a movement that was started by his own party as House Speaker. He will be resigning his seat by the end of this year, so he gave, 3 weeks' notice.
This bothers me so much. Number one, the House is only a 2-year term. You know going into it how long you're going to serve. And the fact that he got booted as Speaker, that was a slap in the face, no question. But the fact that he gave up on the 150,000 Californians that voted for him specifically is such a slap in the face, it's an embarrassment.
What's his district look like?
It's very conservative.
So it's not. Yeah. There's probably not a strong likelihood that would flip blue.
No, in fact, there was about 220,000 some odd people that voted in that congressional district. He won it at 67%. So it was not close. It was not competitive. It's a very red district. It is, according to the New York Times, it's even trending more conservative. So there's probably no question that it will be refilled by a Republican. But it will be interesting to see. Is there going to be that special election just like we had here in Utah?
It was just a couple of months ago, speaking of flopping, that Kevin McCarthy told, I believe it was Forbes magazine, that even though he got the boot, he was fired as Speaker of the House. He was planned on staying in the job, and he was planning on running for re-election.
Put a finer point on it. You will serve until the end of next year.
I am still here finishing my job, all right? If I make any other difference, don't read it by somebody else, I would tell you.
And you will run for re-election next year as well?
Yes.
Did you consider resigning at any point?
No.
But he is now. He wrote an op-ed about it in the Wall Street Journal. I haven't had a chance to put eyes on it yet, but it is it's listed opinion commentary. Kevin McCarthy, I'm leaving the House, but not the fight. My work is only getting started in my next chapter. So it sounds to me like he's got plans. He's got big plans.
Sounds like he's going to start up a PAC. He says, I will recruit our country's best and brightest to run for elected office. The Republican Party is expanding every day, and I'm committed to lending my experience and support to the next generation of leaders.
Doing the right thing isn't always easy, but it is necessary. I don't regret standing up for choosing governance over grievance. It is my responsibility. It is my job. I do not regret negotiating. Our government is designed to find compromise. I don't regret my efforts to build coalitions and find solutions. I was raised to solve problems, not create them.
He may not have regretted his decision to negotiate that deal to keep the federal government open, and that's ultimately what he paid the price for. But I could sense there was a feeling of frustration on his part after, of course. I mean, you would understandably, if you were demoted from your job this afternoon in a vote of everybody in the newsroom, you'd be shaken.
Yes.
Right? I know. And you would probably reflect on what's next for me. Like where, for years, he tried to achieve the role of speaker. And he was finally successful, and he held on to the gavel for like months before his own party turned on him. So I would imagine that would be a time to reflect on where am I going with my life? Let me just put everybody else's desires and what everybody else is thinking about me aside, and where am I going to go? Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? And if now's the time, I mean, I know it's a 2-year term. I understand that. But plenty of people in Congress resign. And if you're George Santos, you just got booted out. So, things happen. People move on. The people of California will vote somebody else in and probably be Republican. So no harm, no foul there.
This is why I don't easily dismiss it. Just because it has been done in the past and just because it happened here in Utah. And I want to give Representative Chris Stewart a lot of leeway.
Jason Chaffetz, though.
There we go. Okay, so there's a big difference between
resign.
if you have to retire for health reasons or if you're caring for a family member, there are reasons to do this. My concern, though, Debbie, is the very point you made. Jason Chaffetz left not even a year after being reelected. He left because he had a better job. He had a job lined up. Whether he was worn out, whether it was a financial decision, but he goes to be a commentator, and he's been a commentator on Fox News for years. You have been elected by tens of thousands, usually hundreds of thousands of people, to do a job, whether you're serving as a senator or in the House of Representatives. You get to represent me, and you should hold that sacred. You should be honored. You should not be using this as a platform of personal gain. This is public service. You're making $176,000 a year. Sure, a lot of these guys could probably make more in the private sector, but you are representing me. I've turned over my vote so that you can represent me. The fact that you just throw it back in my face and leave because there's a better opportunity or you're worn out or you're disenchanted, that is not a good excuse for me.
So it sounds to me like Jason Chaffetz's reason aligns, in your view, with Kevin McCarthy's reason, whatever. It's just not a valid reason to leave.
No.
We had that.
It's offensive. It's offensive to me.
Okay.
Because we say this all the time. Voting is our most sacred obligation. Right? We say that all the time.
So if you beg for somebody's vote, then you feel like they owe it to you to stick around.
Absolutely.
Even if they're sour grapes.
Yes. Because you have a job to do, and it's to represent me. More than being Speaker of the House, more than your own personal ambitions, you are hired to be a representative for that congressional district specifically. And for Kevin McCarthy, it's in California. In Utah, for Jason Chaffetz, it was the Utah County area. You are responsible for those people, to represent them, and to just walk away is offensive.
Well, he's walking away at the end of this month. And you said he had about a year left in his term?
Yeah.
He had a year. And
everyone's up in 2024.
And he captured about 70% of the vote in his district, so he seemed to be wildly popular. He'd been back there since 2007.
Yeah, 17 years.
So former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy calling it quits in just the next few weeks leaves the House and Republicans in a little bit of a lurch. They already lost George Santos. Oh, poor George. They kicked him out last week. They're going to have a special election in New York for his seat. The Democrats already all over that. They're like, oh, we're going to flip this back to blue, that seat in New York. So it's a strong likelihood, given what Santos' antics and the clowning around that he did with money and the allegations, that they could very well, the Republicans could lose that seat in New York. But it sounds like in California, it might be a different outcome that Republicans will be able to most likely retain that seat. We don't know. We don't know when the special election is going to be, but the margins in the House are already super thin back there when it comes to, are they even voting on anything anyway? Does it really even matter? Aren't they just like investigating Santos and pushing each other around and elbowing each other, and they walk by in the hall? I mean, are they really doing anything? I'm not sure they've taken any substantial votes.
Well, the Republicans only had a 4-seat majority. You lose one with Santos, you lose another with Kevin McCarthy, you're down to 2.
It's 10:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top story this hour. Utah added 56,000 new residents just since last year. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has a breakdown of the new numbers from the Kim C. Gardner Policy Institute. Adam?
And from July of last year to July of this year, and more than a third of them ended up in Utah County.
Utah County, again, had the state's highest natural increase, highest net migration, and highest absolute population growth of any of the counties in the state.
That's Emily Harris with the Kim C. Gardner Policy Institute. After Utah County, Salt Lake, Davis, Washington, Tooele, and Weber County saw the most growth. However, the fastest growing county in terms of a percentage is Iron County for the third year in a row, in fact. The current estimated population for the Beehive State is now just shy of 3.5 million people. Reporting live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Our top national story this hour from ABC News. FBI Director Christopher Wray calling on Congress to renew the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or what's also called FISA. The law was passed after the 9/11 attacks. It allows federal agents to monitor the communications of foreign nationals who are suspected of terrorism. ABC News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas has more from Washington.
Wray says since he's been director, he's never seen a time where so many of the threats are all elevated, all at exactly the same time. Ray's calling on Congress to renew the law which allows the FBI to conduct surveillance on terror suspects overseas. That law is set to expire at the end of the year. Ray says now is not the time to let that happen.
Ray wants to see a vote on that before Congress leaves town for its Christmas recess. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average just barely up on the day. 10 points is all, and the NASDAQ up 8 points right now. And our KSL weather looks like another very warm day before a storm moves in. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:32.
Start your days with knowledgeable, friendly voices telling you about the latest news and weather out there.
Hi, this is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon
In the business of waking you up each morning from 5 to 9.
on KSL News Radio.
Debbie, our listeners will know this name very well. Paul James.
Yeah.
Remember, longtime voice of the Cougars, KSL broadcaster. I love Paul. Paul's a great guy. I got to know him a little bit. One thing everyone knows is the Golden Pipes, obviously. But one of his favorite things once he retired was he became an artist. And he was a great artist. And I just learned who taught him. And it was Mark Peterson's dad.
Yeah, Harold Peterson. We just lost him earlier this year. But he taught full time until he was 90. And he had a wonderful life. And one of his favorite students of all time was Paul James. Paul didn't start out a wonderful artist. Paul actually took a class when he was in grade school, tell this story, and he got a bad grade. He was so mortified. He said, I'm never doing that again. But he kept, as an adult, reading about famous people, Churchill, Kennedy, who found time to be an artist. And he wondered about that. One day he walked into my dad's class shortly after he retired and told my dad, I'm not an artist, I really can't draw anything. And Dad said, well, that's where we start. Everybody's an artist. We start right now. And he went on to become just a spectacular artist. He painted hundreds of paintings, and they were excellent. The quality was so good. He studied with my dad for many, many years. And, when I was sitting out waiting to do this segment, I Googled Paul. And the first thing that came up was the Deseret News' obituary. And it showed a picture not of him at the mic, but at his art table surrounded by his watercolors.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, isn't that just the best story?
Yeah, Mark Peterson and his dad, Harold Peterson, founded Peterson Art Center in Sugar House in 1993, and you are offering a very special deal right now for the holidays. Talk about that.
Absolutely.
We can all become the next Paul James.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. Not everybody goes on to actually a second career in the arts, but everybody becomes an artist, and they make art part of their lives. And one of the things they're going to find is that those art pieces they create will become cherished to their families. So right now, we have a special gift certificate special that they can get for 25% off for new students. It makes that gift certificate for a class just $86.25. It's really
$86.25.
Yeah,
That's a great price, and what a great gift.
And it's such a wonderful opportunity, and not just to create art. People often find that it opens up their lives in terms of social interaction. That they make friends in the classes. They make friends with the teachers. It's a family place, and people love to be there.
I'm very excited. We can learn more at petersonartcenter.com. What a great deal. 25% off right now. $86.25. That's how much it costs. You're going to get 4 classes, a couple hours apiece. Mark, if you don't mind sticking around, I want to talk about the different mediums, the things we can learn, because it's not just drawing, it's not just paint. There's more to it when we come back.
You bet.
Guys, does she need a little escape this year? Introducing Cozy Escape Pajamas from Pajamagram, America's PJ experts. These PJs are just the getaway she needs. So take that time off and plan a holiday staycation. Cozy Escape Pajamas make the perfect gift for your special someone who deserves a little rest and relaxation. Treat her to luxurious next-level Cozy signature soft fleece. They're as light as a dream and will keep her oh so warm, like snuggling in her favorite blanket. She'll love to cuddle in Cozy Escape PJs on those extra chilly nights. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. Order now for guaranteed delivery by Christmas. She's missed out on a lot of things she loves this year, so this Christmas, give her the escape she deserves. These new PJs are selling fast, so order today. Go to pajamagram.com right now. That's pajamagram.com to order Cozy Escape Pajamas. Pajamagram.com.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Aubrey Withridge.
Well, the roads are actually looking really good right now. If you're on I-15 all the way from Willard Bay down to Utah Lake, it's moving at good freeway speeds. If you are traveling on 215's east or west side belt, that's moving good, as is the 201 freeway and I-80. I am still seeing a little stretch of northbound slowing on Legacy Parkway between Centerville and Farmington. That's been there all week. That's just due to the road work that they're working on right now. Ready for a hot tub or swim spa? Buy from 2 local guys that will treat you right and save you thousands of dollars. Visit Hot Tub Factory Outlets and Backyards of America in Draper and Sandy. I'm Aubrey Withridge in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, another warm day, high around 56. Rain showers move in early tomorrow, then another storm arrives on Friday with light snow in the valleys and a foot or more in some mountain areas. Right now, 47 degrees and mostly cloudy. I'm Dan Bonas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave, and Dujanovic.
Governor Spencer Cox has made an announcement by proposing his budget to the state legislature. And the price tag on that budget, are you ready for this, is $29.5 billion.
Now, most of us have no idea what that number means, right? Is that high? Is it low? How does it compare to other states? So I wanted to look back. I looked back about 10 years to 2013.
Oh, no.
I wanted to see what the budget was.
No.
You know why you're saying, oh, no? Because you see where this is going,
I know
don't
exactly where it's going. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm curious. What'd you find?
The state budget 10 years ago was $14 billion. Now, even adjusted for inflation, that's $17 billion.
Oh, so you got out the adjusted for inflation calculator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely I did. So, because I wanted to compare, apples to apples.
Because we want to blame inflation for the near $30 billion price tag. But what you're saying is it adjusted. Okay, I get it.
Even with inflation, let's say it was a $17 billion budget back in 2014. Now they're looking for something closer to 30. So why is it $13 billion more in the last 10 years? Some of it is growth, fine. But the governor is proposing a $29.5 billion budget, more than double what it was 10 years ago. And I want to know why.
You don't like it?
Well, I'd never like, because I know if your budget's going up, my taxes are going up.
For the why, we'd probably have to talk to the governor. But I think for the worry, we should bring in the Utah Taxpayers Association. Rusty Cannon on the line with us live. We knew that Dave wanted to talk about it, and he was going to get out the inflation calculator to do the budget and all the billions and everything like that. So what is the Taxpayers Association, since state funds are collected from taxpayers, what do y'all make of this $30 billion budget?
Well, that's a good question. Thanks for having me on. There are some head scratchers in there, but getting back to the point that Dave was getting to, really the underlying theme for us is the growth. I mean, the budget is government spending. It is funded by taxpayers. There's a portion of that, roughly $30 billion that the legislature controls, right? The governor makes budget recommendations, and then the legislature can decide to implement those or ignore them. Usually it's a mix of the two. But those are the decision makers that have driven that budget up. There's a section of that $30 billion that they're responsible for. We call that the general fund to education fund. It's around $11 billion right now. But to Dave's point, just a few years ago, that was only $7 billion. So that is grown along with everything else.
So you are delivering us with so this is the why then. So you are looking into this for the why, and re-emphasize that inflation or that education budget, Rusty.
Yes. So and that's a mix of sales tax revenue, income tax revenue. It goes to education plus all the other government services. But there's two types of spending that they do. There's ongoing spending, and then there's one time. And what we focus on is the ongoing spending, right? That's kind of like your regular recurring expenses. And it's grown pretty handsomely. And we think that needs to be pulled back. It's grown. I mean, you could cut it 10% this year and you'd still be $1 billion ahead of where you were 2 years ago. And so Dave is right. If we don't get a control of this, at some point it will put pressure on higher tax rates, which is the opposite direction of where we've been going, which is lower tax rates.
How does this compare to other states, or how do we compare in Utah to other states?
In years previous, we've been really good. The last 2 to 3 years, we have been running up spending pretty heavily. But over decades, multiple decades, Utah has been one of the leaders in the nation. We're not too worried about the long term, but in the short term, it's been a bit of a head scratcher for us that there's been a lot of increased spending. Now, there are reasons for that, and we understand that, but we know that there are areas that can be pulled back.
So, like where? Without speaking in tax terms and lingos that only CPAs understand, is there something that's that you see that could clearly be pulled back?
Well, there's a lot of areas of duplication. Like, for instance, one of the governor's items, which is a good effort, focused on housing. A new housing czar, as good of a person as the person that they've appointed to do that. We already have the Utah Housing Corporation. It's been around for decades that seeks to do kind of the goals of what they're talking about here. So we wonder, okay, why do you need the duplication? We're running up costs in that area. There's a lot of other areas of duplication that we think could be pulled back. Some areas are sensitive, right? Social services and education and those kinds of things, but there's transportation and other areas where we think there could be, a lot of trimming, especially in sort of the executive branch, your government agency area, right? All the different departments that we run. They're needed, but the question is, are their budgets, do they need to be growing at such a rapid clip every single year? We don't think they do.
Rusty Cannon, thank you, from Utah Taxpayers Association. Great insight. And I'm going to take this way. Dave was right. That's what I heard. Dave was right. Thanks, Rusty.
Gold medal for Dave. We've got breaking news right now. The president speaking right now at the White House, addressing the fight that is unfolding in Congress over Ukraine funding. Republicans saying, we'll give you Ukraine funding to fight the war against Russia, but you better secure the border.
Atrocities against Ukrainian civilians, trying to plunge them into the cold and darkness of winter by bombing their electrical grid so they don't have any heat during the winter, or electricity for that matter. Kidnapping thousands of Ukrainian children, from their parents and families in keeping them in Russia. Russian forces are committing war crimes. It's as simple as that. It's stunning. Who is prepared to walk away from holding Putin accountable for this behavior? Who among us is really prepared to do that? You know, for the better part of 2 years, the brave people of Ukraine have denied Russia a victory on the battlefield. They've defeated Vladimir Putin's ambition to dominate Ukraine. And the people of the United States can and should take pride. They should take pride that we've enabled Ukraine's success thanks to the steady supply of weapons and ammunition. We provided them together with our partners and our allies. I just did a meeting with the G7, which was one of the issues we discussed. All the European leaders. We are prepared to stay with us, stay with Ukraine. And our European friends are as well. Who in the United States are prepared to walk away from that? I tell you, I'm not prepared to walk away. And I don't think the American people are either. If Putin takes Ukraine, he won't stop there. It's important to see the long run here. He's going to keep going. He's made that pretty clear. If Putin attacks a NATO ally, if he keeps going, and then he attacks a NATO ally, where we've committed as a NATO member that we defend every inch of NATO territory, then we'll have something that we don't seek and that we don't have today. American troops fighting Russian troops. American troops fighting Russian troops if he moves into other parts of NATO. Make no mistake, today's vote's going to be long remembered, and history's going to judge harshly.
President Biden
Those who
live at the
turn
White
their back
House
on
right
freedom's
now
cause.
addressing the fight among Republicans and Democrats for funding in Ukraine. Senator Mitt Romney and other senators walking out of a meeting yesterday over this very issue.
Because the question is not, does Ukraine need the money? We agree Ukraine needs the money, and it's in America's interest to get the money to help Ukraine. And unless they're willing to shut down the 10,000 a day being released into the country, they're not going to get a deal done.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We're expanding Dave and Dujanovic on KSL.
Now they'll be live on Fridays.
Starting in January, hear Dave and Debbie at 9 and the movie show at 11.
Finally, Friday on KSL News Radio.
Do you have an IRA or 401k? Did you know if you convert these accounts into a Roth right now, you could withdraw your money tax-free in retirement? Plus, it could insulate your savings from any future tax increases. Hi, I'm Tyson Thacker.
And I'm Ryan Thacker from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you have an IRA or 401k, discover how converting to a Roth now could help you save a fortune in taxes when you retire.
How much money in taxes could you save by converting to a Roth? Find out with a free customized Roth conversion analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of the Best of State Award. If you've saved at least $200,000 for retirement, schedule your free analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622. Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
For years, the Peterson family has been involved in teaching people to love art, to be good at art, to explore their own artistic ability. And joining us right now is Mark Peterson. And Mark, this is something, a passion that your family has had for a long time.
My father is a lifelong art teacher and beloved by thousands. And he took that, and together we joined together in '93 and bought a building in Sugar House when Sugar House wasn't what it is now. It's become kind of special. And to offer that to everyone, to every listener out there can be an artist, and everyone they love and know can be an artist.
If you go to petersonartcenter.com, that's petersonartcenter.com right now, you're offering a special deal for new students. I'm excited to hear more about this, Mark.
So your people can get a gift certificate. They can even give this gift to themselves. They can buy it for themselves. That gives them the choice of any class we offer for 25% off, just $86.25. And it's an opportunity to get your feet wet. And without making any kind of long-term commitment, we don't have any long-term commitments, it's an opportunity to find out if this is for you. And we like to think we're for everybody. And it's so many people, so many different walks of life. We're a family-owned business. but we think of a bigger family, and that family also includes all of our students, the people who have been there in the past, and also the people who work there.
What kind of classes are available?
So we have watercolor classes, oil painting, drawing, colored pencil classes, and then my domain is the pottery, is teaching wheel-thrown pottery. And if anybody's a little afraid whether they can do something or not, I've been doing this for 30 years. I have not ever had a student who on the first day didn't center clay and make their first pot.
I love this. So if I go to petersonartscenter.com in the next few minutes or today, right, I get this 25% off? Or this is going to go on for a
This special
while?
is going on through the holiday.
I love it.
And you can go to petersonartscenter.com. Lindsay's on the phone right now. You can give her a call in the office, and she can help you out and answer any question you have.
For adults and kids?
Everything from kindergartners to we have people who are in their 90s. So it's for everybody, truly for everyone.
Well, we appreciate you joining us. PetersonArtCenter.com. Again, there's for this $86.25 for this. You get 4 classes. They're a couple hours apiece.
Yeah, classes are just a couple of hours a day, and so or a couple of hours a week, and so it is something that the busiest person can find time to work into the week and take a little time away for creative expression.
Yeah, find out more at PetersonArtCenter.com.
Don't miss the Rocky Mountain Gun Show this weekend at Mountain America Expo Center. Get 500 rounds of 9mm ammo for just $95. Furnishing our living spaces hasn't changed much in decades. Until now. Euromax authentic European furniture starts with the room. Cabinets, sliding doors, dressers, and desks that are as smart as they are sleek and modern. Combining classic European design, exceptional quality American craftsmanship with convenience, comfort, and technology. Euromax declutters your space, designing entire walls of elegant, smart, and stylish storage, taking beautiful advantage of every inch. Living rooms, bathrooms, kitchen, and bedrooms. Features like concealed wiring, built-in charging, integrated lighting, automation and tech. Sustainable, eco-friendly furniture built for your lifestyle without compromise. Construction, finish, and hardware feature a lifetime warranty. Prepare to be excited about your living space. See it in action at EuromaxFurniture.com. EuromaxFurniture.com.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, Utah's population has added 56,000 people just this year, about the same as the city of Logan. Second, there were 3 auto-pedestrian accidents in Utah just yesterday, each with serious injuries. Third, the head of the FBI wants Congress to renew a law that allows surveillance of foreign nationals suspected of terrorism. Right now, 47 degrees and partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We're going to talk to our KSL News Radio reporter, Amy Kobabe, in just a few seconds because the Salt Lake County Council, so it's the County Council, not the Salt Lake City Council, County Council, proposing a new ordinance. Let me see if I can get this correct. To require sex-specific changing rooms at all Salt Lake County rec centers. And apparently they had this meeting that Amy was also in attendance at, and it drew dozens of people for and against it, Dave.
Okay, I'm a little confused. Didn't they have these before? They didn't have a women's changing room and a men's changing room?
Amy? You there? Are you asking that of Amy?
Yeah.
Okay. Amy's covering the story, so let's let you fill in the blanks on that.
So that's a great question. The issue, according to a couple of council members that have put this forward, is that there's a non-discrimination policy in the county, and that policy basically makes it so they can't enforce or penalize anyone for going into a changing room, a locker room, for any reason that doesn't assign with their, given gender at birth or what's on their birth certificate or on their driver's license. So they're saying they need to have something basically on the books with this ordinance to say, if you are a man, you go in the men's. If you're a woman, you go in the women's. And then also part of this is a gender neutral space. So you've probably seen these maybe family changing rooms or just these private changing rooms that have the shower, the sink, toilet, everything all in one just little room that you can lock the door on. And that would also be required in this. So specific men's, women's, and then gender neutral.
So my take on this is that the county decided in favor of making sure that they create this ordinance. It would make it so then if there were, for example, women going into the men's room changing space or men going into the female changing space, Amy, then law enforcement could get involved if people were breaching that ordinance. Is that what this is all about?
That's not exactly written in the policy. It's a little vague as far as enforcement, basically saying that the director of the Division of Parks and Rec would be in charge of enforcement, that they could ask for IDs and to verify someone, hey, can we look and see what gender you are? And then they could kick someone out. There are circumstances that director of Parks and Rec spoke yesterday and said they do have times where someone is lewd maybe in a changing room, and they talk to them, say, hey, that behavior is not okay. If it continues, they ban them for up to a year. So something like that has happened before. And so the council's thinking is kind of, well, let's just fall under those same kind of, procedures as far as having some sort of enforcement here.
How does this address transgendered individuals that might physically be a male but identify as a female?
That's a really great question that was also brought up by public commenters yesterday in this council meeting who said, this is transphobic. This is not going to work. It's going to be very expensive and difficult to enforce. And it's going to create kind of a targeted approach where you're attacking people who identify as a gender that might not show on their birth certificate, right? And so the council is thinking, well, the gender neutral bathroom solves that. But there was still a lot of concern that it really doesn't solve that, and that this can just create a lot of uncomfort for people who identify as a different gender.
Amy Kobabe, live on the line with us, KSL News radio reporter who covered this meeting yesterday of the Salt Lake County Council proposing a new ordinance to require sex-specific changing rooms at all Salt Lake County rec centers. Amy, for many years I lived right across the street from a rec center, and when I didn't live right across the street from that said rec center, we went to that rec center for probably 20, 25, 30 years. And I know how those changing rooms are set up, unless they've redesigned them since I've moved from the area about a year and a half ago. And it would be really difficult for any of staff or management to see who's entering those changing rooms. So the enforcement would be a curious thing for me. I don't remember stumbling into any issues when I was there all those years, but perhaps there have been that I've been unaware of. What did the Salt Lake County Council eventually decide to do with this? Did they pass it? Did they table it? What do you know about that angle?
It has been tabled, and so nothing, for or against. It'll likely come up again. Some issues that they brought up in their discussions were, hey, maybe let's just make this a policy. Let's not go all the way and ordinance this. Let's just have a policy that's a little bit looser, maybe. Another option that they discussed was, hey, if there's a concern about kids in these changing rooms, let's have specific hours. You have to use the private changing room if you're going to be nude during specific hours when kids could be there, and things like that. So it could change in the future. We could see a few adjustments that were discussed, but this is definitely not going away, this discussion.
Amy Kobabe, thank you for joining us, KSL News radio reporter.
Next, we got word this morning, about maybe an hour ago, that former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is stepping down. He's resigning his seat as of the end of December. It was just recently that he told Forbes magazine he planned on sticking around even after he got ousted from the House Speaker's job.
When are you going to serve until the end of next year?
I'm still here finishing my job, all right? If I make any other difference, don't read it by somebody else, I would tell you.
In depth, straight ahead on what this means for Republicans in the House.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
Listen at home on any smart speaker.
And in your car at 102.7 FM.
This is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour, 14th ranked BYU men's basketball team just keeps on rolling.
Back to Jackson for three in the right corner. It's good. Back-to-back threes for Jackson Robinson as the Cougs expand the lead to 16.
The call heard right here on KSL News Radio. BYU now 8-0 to start their first year as a member of the Big 12. The Cougars, though, have a challenge in their next game as they're set to take on the Utah Running Utes at the Huntsman Center this Saturday at 5. You can catch the action pregame right here on KSL News Radio starting at 4. A live stream app led to an arrest at a hospital in Provo. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
A nurse at the Utah Valley Hospital is facing charges after getting caught on camera being too rough with the 1-month-old infant. The police affidavit says 29-year-old Kason Warren Caldwell left bruises on the infant's body while taking care of him. The hospital released a statement saying they are fully cooperating with the investigation and are taking the accusations and investigation very seriously. Caldwell has been booked into the Utah County Jail and is currently awaiting trial. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Senators got an earful today from the CEOs of the nation's biggest banks, who all spoke out against new rules being pushed by regulators. Goldman Sachs Chief Executive David Solomon.
You have the finest and most innovative financial institutions in the world represented here today, and we all served as a source of strength to the economy throughout the pandemic, the Ukraine war, and regional bank failures.
The new rules include a requirement for banks to keep more cash on their balance sheets. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average, now up on the day, but just 21 points. The NASDAQ has slipped into negative territory, down 15. And our KSL weather, how about 56 degrees on the 6th of December? That's next. KSL News Time, 11:02.
What do you need to hear in the morning to feel ready for the day?
Important news that happened overnight, the traffic you'll hit on the roads.
You'll be ready for your day with us.
Join Utah's Morning News 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Remember that first paycheck when you started working all those years ago? You looked at the net amount and thought, whoa, what happened here? Ah, the joy of taxes. It could be this way with your retirement accounts. You know how much you've saved, but if you haven't planned for Uncle Sam, you could come up short in retirement. With tax laws constantly changing, there's a lot you need to know to make sure you're not paying more than your fair share. Mike Stevens and the team at Capital Wealth Advisors can help you create a plan that shows you how taxes could affect you now and in the future. Set up your tax strategy session with Mike Stevens and Capital Wealth Advisors now. Call 801-210-5500. That's 801-210-5500. Make sure you know how these changes could affect you so you can avoid some of those whoa moments in retirement. Call 801-210-5500. Advisory services offered through Capital Wealth Advisors, LLC, a state of Utah registered investment advisor. Firm may not give tax advice.
Advanced Window Products. Affordable windows from their factory to your front door in 8 weeks. Guaranteed. 801-850-9100 or advancedwindowsusa.com.
Bill Riley here with University of Utah head football coach Kyle Whittingham. Now tell me, Coach Whitt, what's your philosophy on a winning team?
I believe the key to winning is a strong offensive line. When the linemen do their job, nothing gets through to the quarterback, so he can do his job.
Well, what happens if the linemen don't do their job?
Ouch. You know, Bill, I recently learned that kidneys work like linemen for your body. When your kidneys work, they block poisons and chemicals from your blood.
Coach, I've heard that 1 in 9 Americans have some form of kidney disease. What can we do to fight back?
Join me, Coach Kyle Whittingham, and be part of the winning team against kidney disease. Donate your used car or truck to the Kidney Foundation. Your car will be towed for free, and you'll get a receipt for a tax deduction. Tell them how to do that, Bill.
Donate your car to the Kidney Foundation today and make your car a kidney car. Cars to save lives. Call 1-800-TOW-CARS. That's tow cars. Cars with a K. 1-800-TOW-CAR.
Every year, the National Kidney Foundation helps individuals and families affected by kidney disease. Help them out by making your car a kidney car. Call 1-800-TOW-CARS.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meese.
Well, for those traveling the Valley freeways, you have a nice and quiet drive in progress, including I-15. Now, we have had a little bit of heavy and slow traffic northbound on Legacy Parkway going from Centerville to Farmington. The perfect present doesn't always come wrapped under the tree. Treat your loved ones with an unforgettable afternoon or evening of music and laughter with the Utah Symphony. Find your tickets at utahsymphony.org/holiday. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, another warm day with highs around 56. Rain showers move in early tomorrow, then another storm arrives on Friday with light snow in the valleys and a foot or more in some mountain areas. And right now, 52 degrees, mostly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he was going to stick around, finish out his term in Congress, but then this morning we learned rather suddenly that he's not going to stick around. He's quitting. He's leaving his seat by the end of December.
This bothers me so much. It bothers me because, sure, he was embarrassed. He was wronged. You know, a select few Republicans kind of turned on him. I get it. But you are a U.S. representative. You've been elected, and you can't serve out 2 years. You can't grind out another 10 months.
Maybe he just can't stand the people he works with now. You know what I mean? Maybe it's better for his mental health if he just leaves. We don't know all of the reasons why, but you sort of indicated from his Wall Street Journal opinion piece that dropped this morning, Dave, that maybe he's got bigger plans outside of Congress to start a PAC.
Yeah, he said he's going to start recruiting the next generation. Okay, that's fine. If you have another job out there, that's great. The problem is, you were hired to do a job. You agreed. In fact, you raised money. Everybody that you made a phone call to and said, hey, can you donate to my campaign? They did so with the understanding that you would serve your 2 years. And it is a complete and total betrayal to leave before then.
Wanted to find out, with the help of associate professor from the University of Utah, James Curry, what this means back in D.C., where the margins are already so thin, Professor, in favor of the Republicans, but just barely, because they did this amazing thing a few days ago, and they kicked George Santos out of Congress and sent him back home, wherever his home may be. And so that seats up for a special election back in New York. And now we've got Kevin McCarthy resigning rather suddenly, although I'm not sure I can blame him the way Dave does. I mean, if my colleagues told me, they fired me from my job, I'd be like, yeah, I might want to leave altogether. But what does this do? What does this do for Republicans?
Well, it's certainly going to keep making it harder for them to put together the votes they need to get things done, right? Santos and McCarthy, for whatever you think about them, were pretty loyal votes in the Republican caucus for, whatever spending bill, whatever thing. They weren't the ones who were willing to vote things down. Obviously, McCarthy, most of all, being the one who had been trying to move things along during his time in the speakership. So there's just, it narrows their margins yet again. And you just never know if there's going to be more retirements on the horizon. God forbid somebody become ill and is unable to do their job. It's just, it was already tough, and it just gets tougher.
Debbie asked a question earlier, and she said, does any of it matter anyway? It doesn't seem like they get anything done and can't agree on anything in the first place.
They do a lot. Congress, this is the one thing where I always push back. Congress does a lot more than it gets credit for. And that's because it does a whole lot of things that don't generate a lot of media attention. Most of what gets the attention day to day, and there's a reason for this. We're all guilty of liking a juicy story with a lot of conflict and a lot of fun. A lot of what gets covered about what Congress does are the things it doesn't do. And one thing Congress doesn't do well at all, and it never has been able to do, is enact any sort of party platform. But Congress is more or less structured to make that about as hard as possible. But for instance, the last Congress, the 117th, which was the first 2 years of the Biden administration, by one simple measure of the number of pages of laws that it enacted, was the single most productive Congress in U.S. history, which I don't think most people realize. So there's always lots of things Congress doesn't do, and it's a lot of the big hot button issues of the day end in gridlock or stalemate in the short term. But Congress passes lots of laws and adjusts lots of policies, and this one will too before it's all said and done. It's just not always clear as the Congress is going what those things will be.
Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Utah, James Curry, often a guest here on the show as we try to work through these wonky topics of resignations and margins and votes back in Washington, D.C., joining us after the announcement that Kevin McCarthy has decided that he will be leaving the House altogether. I mean, he got booted from the speakership a few months ago, but he'll be leaving altogether, resigning his seat by the end of December. I don't know if this is a lot of resignations. I know the booting of George Santos was a bit of an anomaly. I mean, I think he was crowned the sixth congressman to be expelled on Friday ever in the whole history of America, right? But these resignations, there seems to be quite a few lately.
There's been a bunch all at once. We're not ahead of schedule or ahead in numbers in any way in terms of the typical total number of members who resign or announce that they're not going to seek re-election. In fact, we're hanging around like a pretty typical number right now, but there's a whole other year to go. It's just been a lot at once, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that this is kind of put up or shut up time for re-election, because this time towards the end of the year before the election year, you have to figure out, am I going to commit all this time to fundraising? Am I going to go through the process of filing to be on the ballot? Do I want to do all these things, or do I want to walk away? And so we've seen a bunch happen all at the same time, which I think makes it feel like a mass exodus. And on top of that, we've had some very prominent members now, with Kevin McCarthy today, but also Patrick McHenry earlier this week announcing that they were going to be stepping aside, where it feels even more momentous. But I imagine we're going to go through a period in the coming months where we won't hear about anyone else voluntarily stepping aside. And so it'll probably look like a typical year where usually 30 or 40 members of Congress decide they're not going to seek re-election.
Does there seem to be any blowback as somebody resigns? I see things a little differently with Chris Stewart, who had family health issues that he stepped down from, versus the representatives or senators that are stepping down because they just got a better job out there. Maybe it pays a little bit more, not as much stress. Does the party pay a price, or is there a trend that people are saying, oh, there's grass is greener elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, the party pays a price in the sense that, they just lost a vote. It also potentially can be costly for the people who live in those districts or states, especially if there isn't a process set up to quickly replace them. The people who live in the part of California that Kevin McCarthy is from, like the Bakersfield area district, will go from having a really influential, powerful, and effective representative in Washington to not only first no representative in Washington, since I imagine they cannot hold a special election between now and New Year's, but then almost certainly they'll have somebody who comes in who may be very talented and well-meaning and smart, but whoever that new representative is not going to have the same level of skill and talent that McCarthy has had or experience that McCarthy has had. And it's going to take time to get up to speed, and that means you don't have the same quality of representation for you in Washington that you had before. So I'm not super negative on it with the case of McCarthy, in part because speakers of the House who, even ones who step aside under the best terms, tend to not last long after they leave, because I think it's an awkward position to be in, to hang around after you're not speaker anymore. But it's not the best thing in the world for the people who are represented by these folks to now go from having a very powerful, effective senior member of Congress in their corner to first no one and then somebody who's inexperienced.
Jim Curry, thank you for joining us from the University of Utah, professor of political science there.
Yep, always fun to talk to you. Thanks for the perspective. Straight ahead, we're going to get the Utah Department of Transportation on the line because they're getting millions of dollars from the federal government. From the Biden administration, it sounds like, to build, construct. I'm thinking of all the words, Dave. These wildlife overpasses and underpasses. So Bambi doesn't bounce out in front of your car. We're going to ask them where they're going to construct these things next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Treat yourself to the depth and analysis on Inside Sources.
Boyd Matheson goes beyond the headlines of the biggest stories.
Listen to Inside Sources from 1 to 3
on KSL News Radio.
As the year winds down, the storylines are ramping up.
Salt Lake City is the preferred host.
Homelessness in Utah has been steadily increasing.
Israel and Hamas are back at war.
It should be a really good snow season across the state.
Keep up with these and the stories still to come. Listen to Tim and Amanda in the morning from 5 to 9. David Dujanovic at 9 and Boyd Matheson at 1. And on your drive home, get breaking updates and Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News from 3 to 7. All day, all season.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Guys, your promise is your word, right? You stick by it, you live by it. So does Revive Men's Health with our Revive Promise for low T and ED. The Revive Promise means your tests and lab work are free when you begin treatment, and our low T and ED treatments are money back guaranteed. Yes, that's right. We stand behind our treatments and our results. That's our promise to you. Revive Men's Health has successfully helped thousands of men with low T, ED, and sexual health issues since 2011. If you're experiencing symptoms like chronic low energy, less drive, sleep issues, weight gain, poor performance, bad moods, or ED, you need Revive. Don't settle. Get affordable, guaranteed custom low T and ED solutions with lasting results from Salt Lake City's favorite men's clinic. And remember, there are no extra bills when you begin treatment. All labs and tests are free, and your low T and ED treatments are money-back guaranteed. Call Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City today to schedule your appointment. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, you. The one on the couch who just told your friend you can't go out because you're busy? Ready to get real about your psoriasis? When your current treatments don't do enough to help control the inflammation beneath the skin, causing plaques and pain, stressing and scratching, it's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The holiday season is right around the corner, so give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a STIHL. With powerful trimmers, blowers, and chainsaws to place under the tree, the STIHL Holiday Gift Guide has something for everyone. Save $40 on the HSA 45 battery-powered hedge trimmer. Visit your local STIHL dealer or go to stihlusa.com/gift guide. Real STIHL. Find yours. Now $99.99 was $139.99 MSRP. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Okay, I want you to go along with me here. I want you to imagine a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse steak sitting on a plate in front of you, that 500-degree plate. It is sizzling hot. It is cooked to perfection. I always go for medium, and it comes out just right. And then I want you to imagine that first bite that awaits you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. There is nothing like it. That first bite is so incredible. And then all the side dishes and the desserts. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is the place this holiday season for you to take the family, take friends, take your company party. Make your reservations now because you're going to love the experience. And even though they're a steakhouse, they have other great entrees as well. 2 locations, Hotel Park City and right in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City with all the great things going on. The place to dine is Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Hi everyone, it's Congressman Blake Moore here. As 2023 comes to a close, my team and I are proud of the ways we have worked hard to serve the 1st District and represent your priorities in Congress. We have been laser focused on fighting inflation on the Ways and Means Committee, passing defense funding for Hill Air Force Base, and rooting out wasteful spending on the Budget Committee. I'm pushing legislation to increase affordability and price transparency in healthcare, lower taxes on middle-class families, advance the U.S.-Israel alliance, support Utah's recreational industry, and establish a Medal of Honor monument. And recently, I was elected to serve as vice chair of the House Republican Conference, the first Republican from Utah to ever be elected to House or Senate leadership. I'm honored to be in this role and look forward to elevating Utah issues at the leadership table. I'm hosting an interactive telephone town hall on Wednesday, December 6th at 1 p.m. Mountain Time, where I will take your questions and engage on topics that matter most to Utahns. Tune in on Wednesday, December 6th at 1 p.m. by dialing 833-305-1678 and learn more on my website at blakemore.house.gov. Thank you, and I look forward to talking to you soon. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, the BYU and Utah men's basketball teams are getting ready for a big game this weekend, with the Cougars climbing in the national rankings. Second, a nurse in Provo has been arrested on a charge of child abuse based on his rough handling of a baby in the hospital. Third, America's biggest banks don't like new rules being proposed that would make them keep more cash on hand. Right now, 52 degrees, mostly sunny in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Thinking about that time, I smacked a deer. Driving in my car, driving to a morning live shot for KSL 5 television. I don't remember what time it was, but I do know this. The sun was not up, and it was really early in the morning. And I was over on Wasatch Boulevard, kind of by Lakai, that area there, just before you hit Little Cottonwood Canyon. I hit a deer. It sprung out of the bushes. It was like it wanted to hit me, and then it destroyed my car, the front end of my car, and it destroyed me for a day or two. I was emotionally a wreck. My daughter was 5 years old at the time. My husband came to pick me up and take me back home so I could crawl into bed. And my daughter reminded me several times that I had killed Bambi.
Sorry. That's a little funny.
She was super innocent about it, but every time she said it, I was like,
Mommy killed Bambi.
She did. That's a quote. Mommy killed Bambi. And I felt horrible about it. So when I see these wildlife overpasses, and now I guess they're doing underpasses as well, installed throughout our state, there's a few things at work here. First of all, we're saving the animals. We're saving cars. And I'm going to bet we're saving lives.
How effective are these animal crossings? I've always wondered, how do you determine whether or not this animal crossing is being used? As opposed, because how many times have we seen this where deer just leap over the median or jump right onto the freeway? There's obviously no animal crossing there. It didn't protect them. So how do we know if those are even helpful?
Yeah. Because you don't know the alternative, right? If there's a crossing there, you don't know if they're, yeah. Matt Howard, with the Utah Department of Transportation, you're the Natural Resources Manager. It sounds like you might know how effective they are. I've seen video put out by UDOT, and you see these cute little deer, descendants of Bambi, walking across these animal crossings. So I think they look effective, but what do you know about that?
Oh, yeah, the video that you mentioned is the main way we know if a structure is working or not. We'll put video on both sides of it to watch them as they approach. And then if they decide to cross, we call that a success. And if they approach it and for whatever reason they decide it doesn't look safe enough or it scares them and they decide not to use it, we call that a failure. And then we come up with a ratio, success-failure ratio. And our crossings throughout the state, for the most part, are very successful. We have over a 90% success rate when they come to that and cross. And so that's part of it. And then the other big part, you mentioned it, is the actual collisions and carcasses. So what we do is we have contractors who pick up carcasses along state routes throughout the whole state, and they take a point in a smartphone. And that point goes into a data set that we look at, and it helps us identify areas where there are hot spots of collisions. And so when we put in something like wildlife crossings and fencings, we make sure to look at the before and after data and see if we can calculate that reduction. And that's how, those are the main ways we know how they're working.
I know this sounds weird coming out of my mouth, but I don't know how else to phrase it. But how do you train them to use these crossings?
The main way we train them is with fencing. And so they'll approach the road, they see a fence, they decide to go one way or the other, and hopefully they go in the direction of a crossing. And over time, they will start to train their young. And so then we'll notice a multi-generational effect where the animals just go straight to the crossing. They don't have to find it anymore. It becomes part of their regular movement patterns and just part of their commute.
Now, I know UDOT has installed several crossings, overpasses and underpasses across the state, but it looks like you're going to get another infusion of funds here from the federal government to install more underpasses. Is that correct? And where would those go?
That's right. These would go near Camas. There's kind of a stretch of road. It's surrounded by national parks and national monuments. Zion, Bryce, and
Kanab? Are you talking Kanab?
Grand Staircase are there.
Is it so? It's Kanab. Okay.
And just north of the Arizona border. And this is a lot of sportsmen, especially, will know the Ponsagon hunt unit. It's world famous. It's one of the premier hunt units in the state because it just grows these fantastic trophy bucks. And then people who just like looking at wildlife and taking pictures of wildlife, people gravitate to this area as a way to see some of our greatest natural resources. And so we have lots of tourists in this area. We have lots of animals that both UDOT from a safety standpoint and the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources are very interested in making sure that we keep growing good deer and good wildlife in this area.
Is right now the worst time of the year?
The worst, yeah, we're around there. The worst time is October, November, because that's the deer rut when they are trying to pair off and reproduce, and so they're not paying much attention to anything else. And then, like your lead-in, dawn and dusk is really the scariest times to be driving because that's when wildlife is the most active, and it's when humans have the least visibility.
When will that underpass be done in Kanab?
It'll be a while.
Okay.
We just barely got the money, so there's just a process where they'll need to design it and get contractors on board and get a construction crew. So it's a multi-year process. There's already just to the east of this project, there was 12 miles of fencing that was installed with 7 underpasses. And so this will continue that with another 7 miles and an additional 3 underpasses. One will be a brand new crossing, and the other 2 will be existing culverts that will retrofit to be more appropriate for wildlife.
Matt Howard, thank you for joining us from UDOT, Natural Resources Manager.
Yeah, I'm glad to see this. I do. I mean, my car was just a mess. I don't think it was totaled, but probably should have been. I actually thought I could still make it to my live shot. That's how much tenacity I had in me. I was like, oh, I feel terrible. Then I got out of the car and I saw what was going on, and I started to just shake, like you do like that adrenaline dump. I was so scared. And I thought, I don't know if this car's even drivable since the bumper's detached and the poor little deer didn't make it. But I know lots of people who've hit deer. I know people who've hit a moose. I was driving up on Wasatch Boulevard the other night on my way home, and it was dusk, and I saw the deer signs, and I started to shake because I just know that this Bambi could jump out anytime in front of me. And thankfully, I mean, it was dusk, and that's the high time for this to happen. Have you ever hit a deer?
Never have. A lot of close calls, especially the worst part in my experience is from Logan to Bear Lake up that canyon. It is just filled with deer, constantly crossing.
I was coming down Draper. What is that name of that road? Help me out. That road that winds up to Suncrest.
Highland?
No.
Highland Drive?
No.
Suncrest.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Suncrest over there. Anyway.
Oh, Snowcrest.
Suncrest.
Yeah.
Snowcrest?
No.
It's not Snowcrest.
We joke Snowcrest because it got so much snow last year.
This was about a year ago, and the sun was blinding me as I was coming down that hill there, and there it was. There they were, an entire family of Bambis right in the middle of the road, and it was like my life flashed before my eyes. But I didn't hit one of them.
It's 11:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top local story this hour. Utah's population has grown by another about 56,000 people since last July. That's more than the total population of Logan. And more than a third of that growth happened in Utah County.
Utah County, again, had the state's highest natural increase, highest net migration, and highest absolute population growth of any of the counties in the state.
That's Emily Harris with the Kim C. Gardner Policy Institute. After Utah County, Salt Lake Davis, Washington, Tooele, and Weber counties grew the most. The current estimated population for the Beehive State now just shy of 3.5 million people. Members of the Tongan royal family are in Utah today for the opening of a new worship space for the Free Wesleyan Church of Tonga. The building's a repurposed stake center, originally built by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints at about 36th West and 44th South in West Valley. The ribbon cutting and church blessing is set for noon today. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Another big name on Capitol Hill planning to leave Congress. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he has only weeks left on the job after becoming the first speaker voted out of office. More from ABC's Justin Finch.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy plans to wrap up his congressional career at the end of this month. The California Republican breaking the news in a Wall Street Journal op-ed Wednesday, saying the work is only getting started on his next chapter. A majority of Congress members voted to oust McCarthy from the speakership 2 months ago. Justin Finch, ABC News, Washington.
Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day now 53 points. While the NASDAQ is still in negative territory, down about 17. And our KSL weather looks like another really nice day for December. That's next. KSL News Time, 11:36.
We have enough people running around Broadcast House at 4 in the morning to field a football team.
Producers, reporters, the traffic team, and us.
This is Tim and Amanda.
Join us each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Debbie, I'm on the Fed Up Kitchen website right now, and I'm looking at the fresh food that they prepare every single day. You and I have eaten so many meals from them, and eating healthy is not always easy, but boy, you feel better when you do.
And Fed Up Kitchen makes it easy for you. It's heat and eat, so you can go pick up your food or they will deliver it for you. You're going to go to fedupkitchen.com and you're going to place your order today, and it'll be ready for you so you can start eating these delicious meals tomorrow. Meals like chicken corn chowder, turkey chili fries. Oh, those cookies that we tasted yesterday were so good.
They can even take a few minutes and do a free consultation, figure out what your goals are, and then they can customize your meal plan. And then the meals are prepared fresh. Then you just got to pick them up. They'll even deliver it and enjoy. It's heat and eat healthy meals.
And we have celiac disease in our family, which means one of my kids cannot eat anything with gluten in it, which eliminates a lot of food. I mean, basically, she can't have wheat. She can't have things with regular flour in it. Thankfully, Fed Up Kitchen offers gluten-free meals. They're macro-friendly. They are heat and eat. It is so easy when you work with Fed Up Kitchen.
Yeah, those gluten-free cookies, the
They were
chocolate
so
chip
good.
cookies.
You wouldn't even know
so
they were
good.
gluten-free. They do such a great job. They've lots of locations, too, where you can pick up your meals, or, again, I said you can get them delivered. But there's Draper, there's Cadesville, there's Lehigh, there's Sugar House, Orem, Daybreak, Cottonwood, Syracuse, Woods Cross as well.
Just go to fedupkitchen.com.
Guys, does she need a little escape this year? Introducing Cozy Escape Pajamas from Pajamagram, America's PJ experts. These PJs are just the getaway she needs. So take that time off and plan a holiday staycation. Cozy Escape Pajamas make the perfect gift for your special someone who deserves a little rest and relaxation. Treat her to luxurious next-level cozy signature soft fleece. They're as light as a dream and will keep her oh so warm, like snuggling in her favorite blanket. She'll love to cuddle in Cozy Escape PJs on those extra chilly nights. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. Order now for guaranteed delivery by Christmas. She's missed out on a lot of things she loves this year, so this Christmas, give her the escape she deserves. These new PJs are selling fast, so order today. Go to pajamagram.com right now. That's pajamagram.com to order Cozy Escape Pajamas. Pajamagram.com.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Imagine how inconvenient your life would be without power. No lights, no refrigeration, no heating or cooling, and no electronics. But with a Generac home standby generator, you'll have the power when you need it most. Generac generators automatically provide backup after sensing a power outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Schedule a free quote today with Genco Generators, your premier Generac service dealer in Utah. Call 801-295-0872 or online at gencogenerators.net.
At KSL News Radio, we have a 30-year legacy of honoring Utah teachers, but we can't do it without your help. Please tell us about an important teacher in your life on the KSL Teacher Tribute Wall, presented by Cypress Credit Union. Each month, one lucky teacher wins a $500 gift card from Cypress Credit Union, a $250 gift card to Harmon's, plus season tickets to Hale Center Theater. Say thanks to your teacher today at kslnewsradio.com/teacher from Cypress Credit Union and KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together are brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meeks.
Nice and quiet on the roads. In fact, you have normal KSL travel times up and down the I-15 corridor between Ogden and Provo. Gillette Heating and Air is offering furnace maintenance for 30% off. Call 385-GET-HEAT today to take advantage of this limited time offer. Carrier, turn to the experts. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, a high of 56 today, could be even warmer. And then rain showers move in early tomorrow. Another storm arrives on Friday with light snow in the valleys, a foot or more in some mountain areas. Right now, 48 degrees, mostly sunny. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic.
I think it's happening tonight. Dave, what are you doing tonight? You going to watch the debate?
Oh.
You know, they're vying for second place right now.
Big time.
So News Nation, our friends at News Nation, are hosting the fourth Republican presidential primary debate. It's happening at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And it is happening tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern time, which makes it 6 o'clock our time.
Yeah, I think, okay, I appreciate that there's a smaller group now, because when you had 6, 7, 8 people on the stage, you can't get enough depth on the topics. So it just kind of turns into short little sound bites, little fights back and forth. So now that it's a smaller group, I'm probably more interested.
Kelly Meyer with News Nation. Are you going to be there?
I am here. We're excited.
Oh, good. So remind our listeners who's on the stage tonight.
So it will be the smallest stage yet, essentially, with those 4 candidates up there. So we're going to see former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and businessman Vivek Ramaswamy. So we're watching out for, as you said, kind of who's competing for second place. So those top 2 polling candidates. We know Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, but we've seen Nikki Haley rising in the polls. So we're watching for those 2, see how they separate themselves, because this is really the last time that voters, especially in those early nominating states, Iowa and New Hampshire, are going to hear from the candidates on a debate stage in a setting like this before they head to the polls. So they're really trying to separate themselves. As we've seen, Haley and DeSantis are essentially tied in some polling in Iowa.
I was going to say, typically in each debate so far, it seems like somebody gets targeted. There was a moment where Ramaswamy was kind of the target, Ron DeSantis. Who do you expect this time around? Where's the pressure going to come from?
I think we're going to see it building. We saw it a little bit last debate, but more so maybe this time with Nikki Haley. She's the only woman in the race. She's been rising in the polls. So generally they come after the one who's rising, who's getting some, momentum going. We've seen Chris Christie on the trail recently going after Nikki Haley, saying that her press team cherry picks the questions when they're in the town hall settings, saying that he just asks whoever's in the audience and takes whatever question comes his way. And we also know that Vivek Ramaswamy has gone after publicly on stage Haley with some more even personal attacks. So they might be sparring again tonight. But we talked to her team, Haley's team, and they said that, she's prepared for this and she's ready to take the punches, but punch back.
News Nation's Kelly Meyer live on the line with us as News Nation gets set to host yet another debate in the Republican primary. It happens tonight. It happens at 6 o'clock our time. Kelly, I'm hoping you have the answer to this. I'm not quite sure where people can watch it. Will it be broadcast on News Nation's website?
Exactly. So News Nation, it will be there. We're also doing this along with Megyn Kelly's show on Sirius XM, as well as with the Washington Free Beacon. So you're going to see those 3 moderators up there: Megyn Kelly, Eliana Johnson from the Washington Free Beacon, and Elizabeth Vargas from News Nation. So they will be the moderators there tonight, and you could definitely watch this on News Nation, 8 p.m. Eastern. It'll be 7 p.m. Central right here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and we are excited to host it here tonight and really give a chance for voters to get a sense of what the candidates are saying and hopefully dig into the issues, with it being a smaller stage, a smaller setting here tonight.
And as you said, again, Donald Trump is not showing up. The former president has routinely said he's not going to participate. Hey, has he warmed up or given any further explanation of why he just refuses to participate in these?
All we've been hearing from the campaign is that, they see themselves, and it shows in the polls that they are very much ahead of the rest of the pack, so they don't feel there's really a need to participate in these kind of things. What I'm curious is, are these candidates on stage tonight, going to go after Trump more? They've been hesitant in earlier debates to do so because of the base that Trump has, and they don't want to risk alienating some of their own base. But will they go after him more? I know we've seen DeSantis really recently going after Trump more and more, and saying that he should be their debate tonight, even going as far as yesterday, saying, calling him a keyboard warrior, saying come out from behind your keyboard and debate, and he says that he doesn't do it because DeSantis would beat him. So a lot of trash talking back and forth, especially between those two. But as far as we know, Trump will not be here tonight, likely going to attend that private fundraiser in Florida.
Kelly Meyer, thank you for joining us from News Nation. Best of luck today.
Yeah, have fun. It would be fun to be there. All right, Kelly, thanks so much. Glad our friends at News Nation are going to be hosting this one. I'll be eyes and ears on it tonight. The previous debates have at times been somewhat entertaining, and then sometimes they're just flat boring.
To go to zero-based budgeting, which I've proposed as a CEO. It's how I've run businesses. It's how many CEOs run businesses. Don't use last year's budget as the baseline. Start with 0 as the baseline and then ask what's actually necessary. And against that backdrop, I believe this is our last best window to be able to take care of our national debt problem through those severe measures, including sacrificing the foreign wars that many bloodthirsty members of both parties have a hunger for. But if we do this
Vivek
correctly,
Ramaswamy talking about how he would start from 0 every single budget year instead of starting from last year's budget. I would think the agencies would hate that.
No question.
Rebuilding the budget every single time. Ron DeSantis speaking on fentanyl.
Well, first, I was speaking to a dad who lost a son to fentanyl overdose. Son wasn't a drug addict. He had taken some pill that happened to be laced with fentanyl, and it was a fatal overdose. And when he told me, obviously the pain of losing a child is as bad as it gets, but he said what was salt in the wounds is that these elites in D.C., they don't care that we have tens of thousands of opioid deaths. We're declaring it a national emergency on day one. I'm sending U.S. military to the border. I'm going to stop the invasion cold. I am going to deport people who came illegally. And we're going to authorize the use of deadly force. If someone in the drug cartels is sneaking fentanyl
To
across
Kelly's
the border
point,
when I'm president,
speaking to a
that's
lot
gonna
of
be the last
issues, but often not quite addressing the former president and the man who leads the pack right now.
Yeah, I think you had joked earlier that said everyone's fighting for silver. The gold medal so far is Donald Trump. He's wearing it around his neck. He's double the next closest person, triple in many cases. He's got 40-50% of the vote so far. Everyone else is happy to be in the high teens or 20s.
I've enjoyed the whole show today, but I've been so looking forward to this, Dave. In about 4 minutes, we are going to have a group of students, lots of individuals from Layton Christian Academy live on the line with us up in Layton here, about 40 minutes north, hailed as heroes. Did you see this video, Dave?
I love this video.
Okay, it was a surveillance video. It was a little ways back, but what happened was that a mother, apparently in the parking lot with her kids, they were pinned underneath a car in the parking lot, and the kids and everybody starts running to lift the car off of them.
We've got to just lift up enough to get them out. And the kids listened. They picked up the car on the one side, probably 20 to 30 kids, just an inch or two, enough that the Air Force gentleman was able to pull them out.
Our producers have been in the newsroom lining up a long list of heroes involved in this Layton Christian Academy rescue to save a mom, and I think it was a couple of her toddlers. We're going to find out next, but they're calling the show to talk to us about it in about 3 minutes.
Dave and Dujanovic.
2 new reasons to drop in on KSL on Friday mornings.
Starting in January, you'll hear Dave and Debbie Fridays at 9
And hear the movie show at lunch from 11 to 1.
on KSL News Radio.
Hey, folks, tomorrow I've got Master Electrical coming out to my house because I bought an electric vehicle, but I don't have a charger. So they're coming out. They're going to give me a bid, and I can really experience the entire thing.
I'm so excited for you, Dave. I was talking to Steve at Master Electrical, and I said, Dave really needs to get a charger. I worry about him forgetting to charge his vehicle here at work and then getting home and so let's get him an electric charger in his garage. So Master Electrical is your go-to for not only electric vehicle chargers, but also, you need new lights in your house. You need your smoke detectors rewired. You need to make sure your carbon monoxide detectors are wired correctly. Master Electrical will give you their bid up front, and that's a guaranteed price. It's the price you're going to pay when the job is done.
Yeah, no surprises on your invoice. Master Electrical proudly serves from Logan to Santaquin.
And they're always open, including for emergency services, because emergencies never happen when it's convenient. So they're your go-to. You're going to give them a call at 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Or check them out online at masterelectrical.com.
You probably know how much you'll get from Social Security in retirement. But do you know how much you'll pay in taxes on your benefits? Or how these taxes could impact your IRA and 401k withdrawals or your Medicare premiums? Hi, I'm Ryan Thacker.
And I'm Tyson Thacker from Boss Retirement Solutions. Filing for Social Security, well, it's a lot more complicated than most people know. So this decision can't be taken lightly.
Discover how you could wring every nickel out of your benefits with a free customized Social Security analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of the Best of State Award. If you've saved more than $200,000 and have not filed for Social Security, schedule your free analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. That's 801 896-9622. Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
Everything's changing so fast these days, and that's a great thing. Back in my day, we were lucky if we could get a video to load on a desktop computer, but now there's the Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with faster speeds rolling out all the time, and internet that can power a house full of devices at once with ultra-low lag. So while one person streams a movie from their room, another can play video games in the basement, while another TikToks in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now through December 21st. New customers can get 1.2 gigabit internet with Wi-Fi equipment included. It's all just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. The downtown farmers market has once again transitioned out of Pioneer Park and into the gateway for the winter season. Carly Gillespie, Deputy Director of Urban Food Connections of Utah, joins us with more.
The mission of the market is to support sustainable regional agriculture, build community gathering places, increase access to nutritious local foods in urban areas, and educate the consumer about shopping local. This is our 10th year organizing the winter season, and by far it is the largest. More than 60 farmers, ranchers, bakers, artists, and makers are setting up their booths indoors for the winter season. Farmers are increasingly using greenhouses in Utah, so new visitors might be surprised by the amount of fresh foods like garlic, carrots, onions, and beets. Patrons will also find artisan cheeses, savory sauces and salsas, yummy baked goods, and fresh meats. Plus, there's a wonderful family-friendly atmosphere that is inviting to all. With your support, we're achieving the goals and ensuring the community always has access to delicious local food year-round. Visit the Winter Farmers Market at the Gateway every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
By visiting the market, Utahns are supporting local farms and businesses as they bring their products directly to the public. To learn more, visit the Salt Lake City Farmers Market website. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
Dave, and Dujanovic.
A lot of people calling them heroes. I thought they are absolute angels. This happened at Layton Christian Academy in Layton, about 40 minutes north of Salt Lake City. Imagine this, Dave. A mom and 2 kids in the parking lot there at the school when suddenly they get hit and run over and pinned by a car. And people come running, including not only people who run the school, but also students. Set the scene from what you're seeing.
Yeah, there's a little video of it. It's security camera video, so it's not like really, really good video. But hey, as I'm watching it, you see this car. You can't really see the people that are pinned underneath it, but you see the car, and then all of a sudden, it was a flock of students running, sprinting over to the car, and you see them just huddled around, and they start lifting up on the car.
Wow. Chris Crowder, head of the school at Layton Christian Academy. You were there. Set up what happened.
Yeah, thank you, guys. About 3:47, one of our employees was leaving. Her name's Bridget, and she was leaving for the day, and she had her little 2-year-old and 3-year-old with her, and she was holding the hand of the 3-year-old, and then the 2-year-old she was holding in her arms. And a car pulled in the parking lot, and the sun was setting and just blinded the driver. And the driver did not see them and just rolled over the top of them, all 3 of them, mom and both kids. Within about 30 seconds, I just happened to be walking out, and I seen Senior Airman Childress, who was just picking up his kids. He works at Hill Air Force Base, and he was picking up his kids, and he ran to the car. I ran towards the car, and I realized immediately we've got to have people. So I ran back in the building, and I just yelled at kids. And we have about 500 students, but about 300 of them are international kids from 40 different countries. So they speak different languages. They're all learning English, but I yelled, "There's a baby under a car. We have to lift it." And It took them about 3 seconds to realize what was happening, but they all jumped up and just started running out of the building. Kids from Asia, kids from China, kids from Africa, just all running towards this car, and kids from local here, just Theo's a local kid. And they just ran out and lifted the car up, and then Senior Childress, Airman Childress was able to kind of help the mom and baby get out from underneath the pressure.
I think we actually have Senior Airman Childress with us right now. Are you with us, Airman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that was quite the harrowing description. From your point of view, what's going through your mind? I would imagine there's not a lot of training for that, although you've been through a lot of training.
Yes, sir. So there's not, you don't get everyday training for a situation such as that, but, you do get training for situations, right? And at that point, I run outside and I don't even know what's going on, right? I'm asked to help, and I don't know what I'm helping with. But you just run over there. You kind of just see what everybody else is doing. And you just kind of conform to that and try to help where you can. Once I realized, that there was 2 people in her car, I ran to help lift it up. Once I realized what side they were on, I said, hey, let's get on this side and just get the car up high enough to get them out. I honestly originally had thought that it was just a mom who was with child. Ended up being a mom and a child who was with her. And as we lifted that up and mom was able to get up a little bit, we saw some legs and we were like, hey, let's get this child out of here. And mom was able to get out safely as well.
If you're just tuning in, you're like, what is going on? This happened at Layton Christian Academy, about 40 minutes north of the Salt Lake City area up in Layton, where a mom and 2 of her toddlers were trapped under a car that ran over them as they were leaving the school. The sun was blinding the driver. The driver ran over them and pinned them under the car, and the students, and you just heard from Senior Airman at Hill Air Force Base, Dominic Childress. They start running over to lift the car off of a mom and the kids. Dominic, how heavy was that car?
Car was very heavy. I think, when we realized that we only had to lift one side of it, and we were able to lift together, I think that's where it got a little bit lighter. I know everybody has said that the car is a lot heavier than you think it is, right? Especially in a situation like that. But we didn't need to lift the car off the ground. We just needed to lift it up enough to get mom and baby out.
Theo Roach is one of the students, is in 10th grade, a sophomore at Layton Christian Academy. And Theo, where could you see the mom and the kids underneath the vehicle? Where were they?
I was in the back of the car lifting, so I couldn't really see what was going on, but I think they were under the car.
Take us in that moment where was everybody yelling, or you guys working together as a team? Walk us through that, Theo.
At the start, there was a lot of commotion, just a lot of people talking, but we ended up coming together and figuring out we got to get this car up just enough so we can get the mom and the child out of the car, under the car.
How high did you have to lift the side of the car?
High, pretty high, just so someone could get under and just get the legs out of the child.
Have you ever lifted anything that heavy before?
No, ma'am.
Oh wow! I'm sure it felt like it was a race against time, Theo.
Yes, it was.
Let's bring on the head of the school for Layton Christian Academy, Chris Crowder, one more time. Chris, I want to just know how mom and kiddos are doing today.
Yeah, so both of the kids, and the 2-year-old had tire marks all across his back. You could see the bruising. And the doctors came in. He was life-flighted at Primary Children's, and the doctors came in and said, it's a miracle that he was rolled over by this car, and we cannot find anything wrong with him. So we thank God for that. We're very thankful. And the little girl is fine as well. Mom is in surgery today, and she's going to make it. She's not life-threatening, but some severe injuries. She's going to be out of work for a while. So we set up a GoFundMe. Both mom and her husband work here at the church and school, and so she's going to be out of work for a while. So we set up a GoFundMe, and we're trying to help them. But they're a great family. I have to tell you, Dad, Andrew, he's one of our pastors here, and in the midst of his kids being loaded into ambulances and his wife laying there, he said, has anyone checked on the driver? Is she okay? Tell her that I'm not mad. And that tells you a lot about Andrew. He's such a good person. The whole family, they're good people. They were concerned about the lady that hit them, that she was okay too, and not in, she was in distress. Obviously, she actually tried to help lift the car too. She was doing everything she could.
Well, what an incredible story! Incredible that it has as happy an ending as you can expect for. I would think, even as terrifying as it is, the fact that it wasn't much worse is incredible. Really a miracle. Chris Crowder, Senior Airman Childress, thank you, and Theo Roach, one of the students that helped lift that vehicle off this family. Thank you for taking the time to join us. What a story.
I was watching that video this morning, knowing the outcome, because I'd seen the reports that the mom and the two kids were got out there and got to the hospital, and thankfully it sounds like everybody's going to be okay. But as I was watching that video, knowing what was happening, I found myself like cheering them on while I was watching that unfold. And I would invite you throughout the day to check with KSLNewsRadio.com, where we're going to post not only that video, but also promise to post that GoFundMe account, so anybody who wants to donate to the family can certainly do so.
And just so incredible, what a story of everybody working together to be able to literally lift a car off of a family.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
Listen at home on any smart speaker.
And in your car at 102.7 FM.
This is KSL News Radio,
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Utah's Noon News. I'm Maria Shaleos. KSL's top story this hour. 3 crashes in just the last day have sent pedestrians to the hospital, but this isn't exactly unusual. Data shows the numbers do go up around the holidays. Our team coverage begins with KSL News Radio's Amy Kobabe live right now. Amy?
Maria, nationwide statistics for the last decade show the fatal pedestrian crashes had a huge spike in October, November, and December. That's also true here in Utah, with increases every year starting in October. And when we take a magnifying glass and look even closer at Utah's numbers, we see that children are getting hit more than adults. 42 children have died after getting hit by a car in Utah between 2012 and 2021. Nationwide, that number has been increasing steadily each year. Reporting live, Amy Kobabe, KSL News Radio.
One of those auto pedestrian accidents was a 13-year-old girl in Heber. She is headed home today after being hit by a car while crossing the street. Police say she was on her way to her junior high school when the white van hit her, and then the driver took off. We will have coverage of her welcome home party on Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News. Our team coverage continues with KSL News Radio's Adam Small. He has details on how a woman and her toddler were trapped under a car in a school parking lot yesterday afternoon.
The woman was walking in the parking lot of Layton Christian Academy with their 2- and 3-year-old kids when they were hit by a car and pinned underneath the front hood. The 3-year-old was able to get out herself. However, the other 2 were trapped. The head of the school exclusively told KSL TV they then rallied the students inside. Around 20 to 30 of them came out to lift up the front of the car just enough for an airman with Hill Air Force Base to pull them out. All 3 were taken to the hospital. The mom had pretty significant injuries, but all are expected to survive. You can see the heroic rescue and find a link to a GoFundMe set up for the family on our website, KSLNewsRadio.com. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
The third accident yesterday involved a 12-year-old boy. Utah Highway Patrol tells KSL TV he was crossing a street in Delta when he was hit. He was later life-flighted to a hospital. KSL's top national stories this hour. Another big name on Capitol Hill is planning to leave Congress. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he only has weeks left on the job after becoming the first-ever speaker voted out of office.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy plans to wrap up his congressional career at the end of this month. The California Republican breaking the news in a Wall Street Journal op-ed Wednesday, saying the work is only getting started on his next chapter. A majority of Congress members voted to oust McCarthy from the speakership 2 months ago. Justin Finch, ABC News, Washington.
4 Republican candidates will be on stage tonight for the 4th GOP presidential debate. ABC's Rachel Scott is there with more.
The pressure is on. This is the last scheduled debate before those first votes are cast in Iowa next month, and it will be the smallest stage yet. Only 4 candidates have qualified. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
GOP frontrunner, former President Trump, is choosing to skip the debate. Other national stories we are following. Israel's military pushed deeper into a key city in southern Gaza. ABC's Inez de la Quatara is in Tel Aviv with more.
The IDF very much pressing on in southern Gaza. We understand they are now in the heart of Khan Yunis. They say that Hamas militants in Khan Yunis were instrumental in terms of planning out the October 7th terror attacks. Khan Yunis is especially important because it is the hometown of two of Hamas's top leaders. The IDF won't say whether they believe those two leaders to actually be in Khan Yunis, but there were reports earlier today that they had encircled the home of Yahya Sinwar, who is the top Hamas leader there in Gaza.
Israel Defense Forces say the fight is intensifying once again.
The IDF saying yesterday was the most intense day of fighting they've had since the beginning of the ground operation, both in terms of firepower and in terms of the number of Hamas militants killed. They have now struck over 20,000 Hamas targets since the beginning of the war. And the IDF spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, saying clearly, anyone who kind of underestimated Israel here in the aftermath of the ceasefire was wrong, and that Hamas is feeling that.
Building off his testimony to Congress, FBI Director Christopher Wray delivered a sobering assessment of the current threat environment facing the U.S.
Our most immediate concern is that we will have inspired attacks here in the U.S. And, of course, we're also worried that there could be, down the road, directed attacks against the U.S.
He says the rate in which we are getting reports of threats, tips, leads has gone up dramatically. For the first time ever, the U.S. Department of Justice is filing charges of war crimes. This is against 4 different Russian military-affiliated personnel for their role in the invasion of Ukraine. Here's U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland on those charges.
We allege that they forced him into a building that Russia-affiliated forces were using as a jail and into a closet that they were using as a jail cell. We allege that as they interrogated him, they tortured him. They beat him again with a gun. They punched him in his chest and stomach. They threatened to shoot him. They stripped off his clothes and took pictures.
The charges are about the 4 Russians' alleged treatment of an American. The U.S. says that they allegedly tortured, mistreated, and unlawfully confined in Ukraine. First Look Traffic. Good afternoon, Ricky.
Good afternoon, Maria. We have a nice drive on the Valley Freeways. One accident. It's in Weber County, southbound Harrison Boulevard at 36th Street. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:05.
Reliability, steadiness, trusted voices.
I'll listen to KSL in the morning, and if I happen to be in my car and I'll notice it's close to top of the hour, then I'll go there to hear the news.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
It's game time, and you're in the locker room ready to take the field. Suddenly, you notice a player you don't recognize. He's wearing your team's jersey and he even knows your name, but you've never seen him before until now. Would you trust this stranger with your team's playbook? Because that's exactly how phishing scams work. The first quarter of 2022 saw the highest volume of phishing attacks ever recorded. Protect your business with the Les Olson Security Suite from Les Olson IT. Learn more about it at lesolson.com.
In 400 AD, a forgotten time in ancient America, warrior prophet Moroni must preserve the history of his fallen nation while being hunted by a ruthless tyrant.
Where is the brave general now?
From Freestyle Releasing and Great Scott Entertainment comes
The memory of my God,
The Oath.
My faith and my freedom, my wife and my son.
The Oath, coming to theaters this Friday. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. More information is available at oathmovie.com.
Donate your car to Charity Hotline. This is Roger.
Hi, Roger would like to donate my car.
Yeah, good. Leave the keys in it, park it on the street, and we'll send a thug. Tow.
Where's your office?
In New Jersey. Where do you want it to be?
Well, Roger,
Yeah.
I want to make sure my donation helps Utah kidney patients.
It will.
Which ones?
Well, does it matter?
Yes, I want the money to stay in Utah.
And boy, have you got the wrong number.
If you want your car donation to help people here in Utah, turn your car into a kidney car for the National Kidney Foundation of Utah and Idaho. Hi, this is Luz Lewis Perez. Kidney Cars is the Beehive State's #1 choice for charity car donation since 1990. When you donate your car to Kidney Cars, funding stays in Utah to help local Utah kidney patients and funds local medical research. Kidney Cars gets donors the highest tax deduction, along with free towing. Visit towcars.org and learn more. That's Tow Cars with a K like kidney. That's TOWKARS.org.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a
tune-up or repair or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News. Recapping our top local story, the Wasatch Front has seen 3 people hit by cars in just a matter of 24 hours. And data from the National Transportation Safety Board shows crashes go up around the holidays. KSL News Time 12:08. Over 100 workers could lose their jobs after Smithfield Farm says they are shutting down a number of hog farms around Utah. KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard-Bell has more.
26 hog farms are closing down across Utah because of an oversupply of pork and a decline in consumer demand, according to a statement from Smithfield Farms. This farmer wants to remain anonymous, but he says the amount of jobs lost will hugely affect Beaver County, where he is from.
I mean, we could lose teacher jobs, we could lose businesses that are already here could lose business. I mean, a lot of people do business with Smithfield.
He explained that the shutting down of such a large employer of the county will lead to families being forced to leave. Hugo Ricard-Bell, KSL News Radio.
Smithfield Farm says they are offering to relocate affected workers. Just released the 2023 Utah Women Labor Report. Founding director of the Utah Women in Leadership Project at Utah State, Susan Madston, says Utah companies are making strides to create workplaces more accessible for working mothers.
In the past few years, we're kind of catching up with the nation on companies saying, wow, we have to have women in the workforce. We want to support them.
Some of the biggest issues shown in the report are gender pay gaps. Utah ranked the worst in the nation, along with the difficulty of finding and affording child care. Parents and students took one last chance to convince the Salt Lake City School Board not to close their local schools at a public meeting last night that sometimes got emotional. Here's KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston.
This is a big deal for a lot of families in the area. One mother told the board in Spanish that she was heartbroken because her son wouldn't get to see his friends anymore. And a 5-year-old student read a tiny speech asking the board not to go through with the decision. There are 4 elementary schools on the chopping block right now, and the district is recommending they get shuttered because of a study supposedly showing there aren't enough students to fill them. There are 4 elementary schools on the chopping block, and the district says there aren't enough students to fill them.
KSL TV reports that the study that the district is relying on only looked at 7 of its 27 elementaries. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. What's going on, Ricky?
Pretty quiet out on the Valley freeways. That's not a bad thing. You are going to see good speeds and light traffic. Not really going to see anything to get in your way and slow you down. We have had a little bit of heavy traffic northbound on Legacy, likely due to road work going through Centerville. One small accident on the Valley freeways. It's southbound I-15, about 106 south in Sandy, but already moved out of traffic to the shoulder. And we're also in the final cleanup of the crash in Weber County, southbound Harrison Boulevard at 36th Street. That accident is on the right. Join the Utah Symphony for the greatest classical hits from the 1700s to today. Tickets start at $21. Get yours today at utahsymphony.org. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Way above the normal today with a high of 56 degrees, mostly sunny skies. Overnight lows will dip off into the upper 30s. Tomorrow, 47 with an early AM rain shower, a break, then late tomorrow night, a chance for snow. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny and 50 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. And coming up on Utah's Noon News, holidays mean opening up your home to all of your family members of all abilities. We have some tips on how to make your home more accessible. That's coming up on KSL, streaming at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
When you invest your money from your IRA or 401k, you'll owe taxes on all of your investment gains. And this could turn into a huge tax bill in retirement. But if you convert to a Roth, the future gains on your investments are tax-free. And that could be a windfall of tax savings. Hi, I'm Tyson Thacker.
And I'm Ryan Thacker from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you have an IRA or 401k, discover how converting to a Roth could save you a fortune in taxes when you retire.
Learn exactly how much money you could save in taxes with a free customized Roth conversion analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of the Best of State Award. If you saved at least $200,000 for retirement, schedule your free analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622.
Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Imagine how inconvenient your life would be without power. No lights, no refrigeration, no heating or cooling, and no electronics. But with a Generac home standby generator, you'll have the power when you need it most. Generac generators automatically provide backup after sensing a power outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Schedule a free quote today with Genco Generators, your premier Generac service dealer in Utah. Call 801-295-0872 or online at gencogenerators.net.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Positive mortgage news? Interest rates have dropped and trending down from 2023 yearly highs. Click loansbyrick.com. Purchase or cashback loans. Visit loansbyrick.com.
KSL News Time 12:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
to reduce the amount of speed-related crashes, new cars might have technology that will warn and make it difficult for drivers to go over posted speed limits. I'm KSL News Radio's Alessandra Harris.
Second, over 100 workers could lose their jobs after Smithfield Farms said that they are shutting down a number of hog farms around Utah. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
A small accident on southbound I-15 near 106 South. Two vehicles involved. They're out of traffic on the shoulder. Valley Freeway traffic, though, seeing good speeds with no other problems. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
High pressure overhead, mild temperatures in the 50s today. I'm Matt Johnson.
50 degrees downtown. Now time for KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A critical funding aid package for Ukraine scheduled for a vote later today in the Senate, but it is not expected to have the support from Republicans who are demanding any future funding for Ukraine be tied to stricter U.S. border security measures. President Biden today says Congress needs to act.
President Biden is ramping up the pressure on Congress to approve new funding for Ukraine, saying U.S. support is the reason Vladimir Putin and Russia have not totally overrun Ukraine and moved beyond.
He won't stop there. It's important to see the long run here. He's going to keep going. He's made that pretty clear.
The president said if Putin next attacks a NATO country, the U.S. would have to step in and defend an ally.
Then we'll have something that we don't seek and that we don't have today. American troops fighting Russian troops.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Israeli forces are pushing further into southern Gaza, targeting Hamas in the key city of Khan Yunis. ABC's Inez de la Quatara is in Tel Aviv.
The IDF saying yesterday was the most intense day of fighting they've had since the beginning of the ground operation, both in terms of firepower and in terms of the number of Hamas militants killed. They have now struck over 20,000 Hamas targets since the beginning of the war, and the IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari saying clearly, anyone who kind of underestimated Israel here in the aftermath of the ceasefire was wrong, and that Hamas is feeling that.
Kevin McCarthy announcing today in a Wall Street Journal op-ed piece that he's resigning from Congress at the end of this month. It comes just 2 months after the congressman from California was ousted as House Speaker. That sets the stage for a special election in the spring. The Hollywood actors' strike now officially over. SAG-AFTRA union members ratifying the contract reached between the union and studios that ended the 118-day strike. It includes pay raises and protections for actors over the use of artificial intelligence. You're listening to ABC News.
The winter holidays are just around the corner, and there are some simple ways to make your home more accessible. Utahn Stan Clausen is paralyzed from the waist down, and he's done a fair amount of traveling.
So things like clearing snow from sidewalks, clearing snow from driveways, and then inside, moving furniture around. So it's really good to clear rugs, remove rugs or liners from the floor, just to make it easy to roll around. Also, placing things in easy-to-reach areas. I think it's important so that if I go in, I want to make sure that I can get places.
Your hallways need about 36 inches of space for a wheelchair to comfortably roll through, and any guest bedrooms should have a wheelchair height bed.
Recently, I remember going and visiting my sister, and she asked me, okay, well, how high does the bed need to be? So I measured the distance from the floor to my bed to the top of my mattress, and then I kind of gave her those measurements so that she could adapt the bed height at her place if need be.
Clausen says coordination is crucial, and it does more than just make the stay easier.
It means a lot when people take the time and say, hey, listen, we value you. You're part of our family, or you're one of our friends. We want to have you come and visit. So they take the time to make those accommodations. That's one of the greatest gifts anybody can give somebody who has a disability.
If you are looking for equipment like portable ramps, you can rent one for your front door. Then check out social media or the classifieds. The Utah Center for Adaptive Technology also has some great resources. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here's Ricky Meese.
Not a bad drive in progress. We have one small accident in Sandy on southbound I-15, 106 South. Those vehicles are out of traffic on the shoulder, so it's not impacting traffic. And the other crash that we had in Weber County, Harrison Boulevard at 36th Street on the southbound side, also to the right, again, not really affecting the drive. So overall, kind of a quiet commute on your Valley freeways. A little bit of heavy and slow traffic northbound on Legacy from Centerville up to Farmington due to road work. Enjoy Utah's beautiful snow and whole family fun with winter tubing at Soldier Hollow in Midway. Experience longer tubing lanes, shorter lines, and more fun. Book your session now at UtahOlympicLegacy.org. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-8 forecast. We've got near record warmth today, folks. 56 the forecast high, record 58 from back in 2014, mostly sunny skies. Tomorrow, light AM rain shower, then we've got a chance for snow late tomorrow night. The daytime high will be 47. 36 with snow showers on Friday, 34 cold and dry for your Saturday, partly cloudy skies. Sunday, mostly cloudy, 39. We go mostly cloudy again for your Monday, 40 degrees, back to 38, partly cloudy on Tuesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And it's sunny and 50 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. The 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets. I'm seeing a mixed day. The NASDAQ and S&P down, but the Dow is up. A complete update of your money news coming up next.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
For the last 27 years, we've been honored to serve our community as the highest rated home medical supplier in Utah. Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical. Our commitment to exceptional customer service is at the heart of everything we do, and our team is always here to make sure you get the care and products you need. Whether it's oxygen solutions, CPAP supplies, or expert home safety advice, we do it all. As a Best in State winner for the last 14 years and highest rated on Google, Alpine Home Medical is not just a provider, we're a trusted partner in your healthcare journey. So swing by any of our 11 locations today and experience firsthand what makes Alpine Home Medical a 5-star experience. See us at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
You know, Deb, I'm a huge DIY guy.
But one thing I'm not going to touch is electrical.
I've got the answer for you. You have to call Master Electrical. They have what's called upfront pricing. You know how bids can be a guessing game, and the longer an expert's in your home, the bigger the bill is? Not with Master Electrical. This upfront pricing is amazing.
Yeah, their pricing system won't even allow them to go higher.
They do everything that has to do with electrical. You need lights? Call Master Electrical. Ceiling fans, smoke detectors, generators, batteries, even EV chargers.
And all that pricing is upfront, and it's a guarantee.
Master Electrical proudly serves from Logan to Santaquin.
And they're always open, so if you have some emergency, they're there. So give them a call at 801-543-2222. That's 801-543-2222.
Or you can check them out online at masterelectrical.com.
Do it today.
Guys, does she need a little escape this year? Introducing Cozy Escape Pajamas from Pajamagram, America's PJ experts. These PJs are just the getaway she needs. So take that time off and plan a holiday staycation. Cozy Escape Pajamas make the perfect gift for your special someone who deserves a little rest and relaxation. Treat her to luxurious next-level Cozy signature soft fleece. They're as light as a dream and will keep her oh so warm, like snuggling in her favorite blanket. She'll love to cuddle in Cozy Escape PJs on those extra chilly nights. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. Order now for guaranteed delivery by Christmas. She's missed out on a lot of things she loves this year, so this Christmas, give her the escape she deserves. These new PJs are selling fast, so order today. Go to pajamagram.com right now. That's pajamagram.com to order Cozy Escape Pajamas. Pajamagram.com.
Did you know that there was a flavor of the year? Well, the flavor of the year has just been announced.
Tamarind has been named the flavor of 2024 by McCormick & Company, the top-selling maker of seasonings and spices. Tamarind comes from trees that grow throughout Africa, Mexico, Asia, and India. It's described as an acidic, tangy, sweet flavor. It takes 9 months and over 50 people to narrow down the top flavors, looking at what's trending and what could be up and coming for the next year. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Watching Utah's money, olive oil prices are on the rise. A recent study shows the production cost doubled in Spain, and it's not much better in Italy, Greece, and the U.S. Meta is going to discontinue its cross-messaging between Facebook and Instagram after 3 years. Users will no longer be able to message their friends on one app from the other. A cruise line is expanding. Margaritaville at Sea will offer 4- and 5-night cruises on their new ship. The Sea Islander is the second ship in the fleet. Sailing will begin next summer. And taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow is up by 14 points. It sits at 36,138. S&P, it's down by about 4 points, and the NASDAQ is down by 16. Many Hollywood stars are remembering legendary TV producer Norman Lear, who died at the age of 101.
In a statement, George Clooney calls Norman Lear a giant, writing that the entire world of reason just lost its greatest advocate. Jimmy Kimmel, who's been Lear's producing partner the past few years, writes that Lear's bravery, integrity, and unmatched moral compass were equaled by his kindness, empathy, and wit, pointing out that Lear flew 52 combat missions over Nazi Germany. And Tyler Perry writes that as a child he lived a daily nightmare, but Lear's sitcoms were the only thing that brought him laughter and joy. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
As the year winds down, the storylines are ramping up.
So Lake City is the preferred host.
Homelessness in Utah has been steadily increasing.
Israel and Hamas are back at war.
It should be a really good snow season across the state.
Keep up with these and the stories still to come. Listen to Tim and Amanda in the morning from 5 to 9. Dave and Dujanovic at 9. And Boyd Matheson at 1. And on your drive home, get breaking updates and Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News from 3 to 7. All day, all season.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Every year I tell myself, Doug, you can't procrastinate. It's time to get into Burt Brothers. Make sure that the vehicle I drive, the vehicles that Dee drives, and our family vehicles are all ready for winter. And Burt Brothers, boy, as these temperatures start to drop, soon the snowflakes are going to fall, the roads are going to be slick. You need peace of mind on Utah's snowy roads. Winter tires from Burt Brothers, they make all the difference. You can drive with confidence. Specialized tires designed to grip the road in the harshest conditions. They give you better traction, handling, shorter braking distances, and the gift of safety for you and your loved ones. And right now, save up to $130 back on 4 Bridgestone Blizzak tires through December 16th. That's only at Burt Brothers with complete auto care. They can take care of it all. Make sure you're not off on the side of the road with a little help from your friends at Burt Brothers. And there's a location for Burt Brothers near you.
My name is Tom.
My name is Cindy.
We give to and volunteer with United Way at our community free health clinic.
We know our time and money are going to the right places.
We don't just wear the shirt.
We live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
KSL News Time, 1229. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here's Ricky Meese.
Back to a crash-free commute on the Valley freeways. We have good speeds as well on the freeways, but not on Legacy. It's getting a little more intense. The delays are due to road work. Only a right lane of travel is open, and you'll see the backup starting as you're approaching Centerville, and those slowdowns will continue until you get to Farmington. Peterson Arts Center. Give the gift of creativity with a gift certificate, good for any art or pottery class. It's the perfect gift for spouses, kids, friends, and seniors. The Peterson Arts Center in Sugar House. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
The Salt Lake Valley will be running 15 above the normal today with a high of 56. Abnormally warm. The record's 58 for the date. We'll go mostly sunny skies. Overnight lows dipping off into the upper 30s. For tomorrow, a chance for an AM shower. 47 the high. Chance for snow moving in late tomorrow night. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now in downtown Salt Lake City, it's 50 degrees. In Ogden, 47. Provo at 51. And in St. George, not much warmer, 55 degrees.
You're listening to Utah's New News with Maria Chaleos
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time, 1230. KSL's top story this hour. Today, a man who led police on a high-speed chase with an 11-year-old girl stuck inside the car is being charged with kidnapping and reckless endangerment. KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard-Bell has details. Hugo?
Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office says Vaquez Juarez nearly caused a dozen accidents on this high-speed chase in late November. Juarez is charged with attempting to shoplift $100 worth of goods from a Taylorsville store. When police approached his car, he allegedly took off with his 11-year-old daughter in the back seat. Juarez reportedly drove around 80 miles per hour through rush hour traffic, and police stopped their pursuit because of the danger it posed to the girl in the car with him and other drivers. He's currently being held without bail. Reporting live, Hugo Ricard-Bell, KSL News Radio.
Calls to the domestic violence hotline at South Valley Services have gone up 60% since police officers statewide started using lethality assessments.
The most dangerous time in any violent relationship is when the survivor leaves. And so the South Valley Services staff will work with survivors to come up with an exit plan, including exiting either into emergency shelter or safe and stable housing is something we can help with as well.
Development Director Josie White says last year they were able to help about 2,800 victims of domestic violence. Next week, they're planning to open a new resource center in Tooele. Utah grew by another 56,000 people in just the last year. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has more on a new report that breaks down Utah's continued growth.
To put that in perspective, we added more than the population of Logan from July of last year to July of this year, and more than a third of them ended up in Utah County.
Utah County, again, had the state's highest natural increase, highest net migration, and highest absolute population growth of any of the counties in the state.
That's Emily Harris with the Kempsey Gardner Policy Institute. After Utah County, Salt Lake, Davis, Washington, Tooele, and Weber County saw the most growth. However, the fastest growing county in terms of a percentage is Iron County. The current estimated population for the Beehive State is now just shy of 3.5 million people. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories. The White House is pushing Republicans in Congress to pass a bill that provides fresh aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. GOP lawmakers say they will only support the bill if it includes restrictions on immigration and asylum seekers.
National Security Spokesman John Kirby on ABC's Good Morning America said the aid to Ukraine is, quote, absolutely critical. But Republicans are insisting on major changes to border policy in exchange for their support. Kirby said the White House is willing to have a, quote, good faith negotiation.
More Border Patrol agents, more asylum courts and court officers, more physical infrastructure. So I think we're willing to have a discussion on that, but what we don't want to see is Ukraine held hostage for it.
President Biden delivered remarks at the White House.
President Biden is ramping up the pressure on Congress to approve new funding for Ukraine, saying U.S. support is the reason Vladimir Putin and Russia have not totally overrun Ukraine and moved beyond.
He won't stop there. It's important to see the long run here. He's going to keep going. He's made that pretty clear.
The president said if Putin next attacks a NATO country, the U.S. would have to step in and defend an ally.
Then we'll have something that we don't seek and that we don't have today. American troops fighting Russian troops.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Senators got an earful from the CEOs of the nation's biggest banks today. All of them spoke out against new rules being pushed by regulators. Now, the rules include a requirement for all big banks to keep more cash on their balance sheets. Chairman and CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon, said increasing capital requirements will force banks to decrease lending.
Mortgages and small business loans will be more expensive and harder to access, particularly for low to moderate income borrowers, as costs for originating and securitizing loans rise. Savings for retirement or college will yield lower returns as costs rise for asset managers, money market funds, and pension funds.
Regulators say the rules will help prevent future bank failures that could pull down the entire economy like back in 2008. Other national stories KSL is following. House members will vote on whether they will censure a New York congressman.
New York Democrat Jamal Bowman's censure vote is set for Wednesday, a day after Washington Republican Lisa McClain introduced a privilege resolution calling for the formal reprimand. McClain posting that resolution on social media, adding nobody is above the law. But if a Democratic motion to table McClain's resolution passes, that censure vote would be dropped. Bowman admitted to pulling a congressional building fire alarm as House members were prepping to vote on government spending back in September. Justin Finch, ABC News, Washington.
As a part of that plea, Bowman was ordered to pay a $1,000 fine, and he was placed on probation. First look traffic, let's check in with Ricky Meese.
Slowdowns due to lane restrictions northbound on Legacy going through Centerville into Farmington. Remember, that left lane is blocked to travel. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:35.
Join us on the community's #1 resource for news and fair, enlightening talk.
Listening to Dave and Debbie talk about the Israeli conflict was not one-sided. I really appreciate that.
Listen between 9 and noon each weekday
on KSL News Radio.
You can't expect a policeman to unclog your drain. You shouldn't ask a teacher to change your oil. And you wouldn't want a fireman to clean your teeth. So why would we let politicians take over our internet service? That's just not what they do. Experience proves government-run networks mean waste, corruption, and failure. One example, called Utopia, promised to provide internet service in 16 cities within a few years. But over 20 years and hundreds of millions of dollars later, a better name would be dystopia. They say it's almost complete. We say stop wasting our money. Go to nogovinternet.com and tell lawmakers enough is enough. Local tax dollars are precious, and public employees have plenty to do already. Don't let politicians mess with our internet. Paid for by nogovinternet.com, a project of Domestic Policy Caucus.
Advanced Window Products is having their biggest sale of the year. If your old windows let the winter cold seep in, now's the time to get the highest quality double-pane windows and custom insulated frames. Advanced Window Products is a local company that crafts beautiful precision frames right here in Salt Lake City for 37 years. And the magic is, they cut out the middleman. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. So you save on the highest quality windows and frames. Any style, any color, any questions? Yes, financing. They offer 60-month 0% financing. They'll even let you put off the first payment up to 2 years, and while that's tempting to think about, the reason to call them right now is the biggest sale of the year. This month only, when they do your entire home of 10 windows or more, you get $3,500 off plus a free premium glass upgrade. So call Advanced Window Products right now. 801-850-9100. 801-850-9100 or AdvancedWindowsUSA.com.
This is the holiday to spoil the people you love. Do it with J. Brooks Jewelers. Online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's New News, recapping our top story. Utah's population is still on the rise, now quickly approaching 3.5 million people. KSL News Time, 12:37. It's the season of avalanches and avalanche mitigation. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
Utah has been busy this week firing howitzers and watching for avalanches. The department uses remote avalanche control systems to trigger slides threatening canyon roads. There are 64 avalanche paths in Little Cottonwood Canyon alone, and more than half of the canyon road is at risk when it snows. Last year, 98 avalanches hit the road, and 62 of those were big enough to bury a car. Last year's record-breaking winter has crews especially prepared, even though we're not expecting nearly as much snowfall. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Avalanche danger is down in Ogden, Logan, and the Uintas, but it's high in Salt Lake and Provo. Forest Service's Avalanche Center says that those two areas have avalanche accident written all over them. Now, the last snowfall dropped heavy snow on top of a layer of soft powder, and forecaster Craig Gordon says that makes higher elevations and the areas just below them a red zone. Park City Mountain Resort is considering building a new gondola. According to the resort's website, the 6,500-foot, 10-passenger Sunrise gondola would run right next to the Red Pine gondola. If built, it would replace the Sunrise lift. The proposal is still in the early stages, but if it moves forward, there will be a time for the public to chime in. A 12-year-old in Murray is getting a lot of attention for his bread-making skills.
Blake Jensen learned the art of bread making from his mom, who was taught by her mom. It started a year ago as bread day for his neighbor, who after the first taste asked to place a weekly order, then became much more.
I went into Young Men's at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and I started making bread for the sacrament.
Then more family members wanted in on the fresh bread from what he now calls Blake Bakes. On the label, his sister, mom, and dad helped design. But the baker, who isn't old enough to drive yet, has plans beyond just starting a business.
Every single Christmas, every single week, we do something nice for somebody. This year, I wanted to make a few loaves and give them to homeless people.
Jensen, the baking legend in the making, has dreams to open a bakery one day. Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here's Ricky Meese.
We've had a report of a vehicle fire, and this is near Highland Drive, about 8300 South. It's nothing I can see in the traffic cameras, but keep an eye out for it if you happen to be traveling in that area. Overall, a crash-free commute on all of your Valley freeways, but we do have delays, and this is due to road work northbound Legacy Parkway, Centerville into Farmington. We have only the right lane open to all traffic. Gillette Heating and Air is offering furnace maintenance for 30% off. Call 388-385-GET-HEAT today to take advantage of this limited time offer. Carrier, turn to the experts. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
High pressure overhead and weak valley inversions equals mild temperatures. 56 today. That's 15 above. We'll go mostly sunny skies. Overnight lows dipping off into the upper 30s, partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow, we've got an AM shower early, a break, high of 47 in the afternoon, then snow showers moving in late tomorrow night. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, it's sunny and 50 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. And coming up on Utah's New News, we'll talk to Derek Brown about what we can expect from tonight's Republican primary debate. That's coming up on KSL, streaming online at kslnewsradio.com and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
At Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospitals, we're honored to carry the legacy of our namesake and to extend the legacy of care in our communities. We're part of 20 hospitals and 240 clinics across Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Learn more at holycrossutah.org.
With our roots in northern Utah, Common Spirit Holy Cross hospitals have a legacy of caring to help every person be whole and healthy. We're part of 20 hospitals and 240 clinics across Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Learn more at holycrossutah.org.
Home is your sanctuary, or is it? If you're looking for spacious living and ample yard space, stop by an open house December 11th, 5 to 7 p.m. to preview Nielsen Homes' newest Diamond E family home, just north of Salt Lake, making commute time easy. And these homes are move-in ready and have spacious yards. See the Nielsen Homes difference with spacious family living floor plans and nice-sized yards. Take advantage of amazing end-of-the-year promotions, too. Nielsen Homes has been building homes across the Wasatch Front for over 45 years to accommodate things you need with things you love during their open house event December 11th. Enjoy warm churros and free pictures with Santa and see just how great low maintenance and spacious family living can be. That's 5 to 7 p.m. December 11th at Nielsen Homes Diamond E Community, 2630 North, 3200 West in Plain City. Visit Nielsen Homes Communities at nielsenhomes.com. NILSON homes.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Do you have an IRA or 401k? Did you know if you convert these accounts into a Roth right now, you could withdraw your money tax-free in retirement? Plus, it could insulate your savings from any future tax increases. Hi, I'm Tyson Thacker.
And I'm Ryan Thacker from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you have an IRA or 401k, discover how converting to a Roth now could help you save a fortune in taxes when you retire.
How much money in taxes could you save by converting to a Roth? Find out with a free customized Roth conversion analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of the Best of State Award. If you've saved at least $200,000 for retirement, schedule your free analysis now by calling 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622. Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
KSL News Time, 1245. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
3 pedestrian crashes in just the last day, with the victims getting sent to the hospital. But nationwide data shows that crashes like these usually increase around the holidays. I'm KSL News Radio's Amy Kobabe.
Second, a man accused of leading police on a high-speed chase with an 11-year-old girl stuck inside the car is being charged with kidnapping and reckless endangerment. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
Slow speeds due to lane restrictions on Legacy Parkway. This is on the northbound side. It's only the right lane that's open going through Centerville and into Farmington. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another balmy December day on tap with mostly sunny skies today. I'm Matt Johnson.
52 degrees downtown. Now time for KSL's top national stories from ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Alabama tonight, GOP hopefuls Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Chris Christie square off in the GOP debate. Former President Trump, again, will not be there. ABC's Mary Alice Parks is in Tuscaloosa.
Down from 8 candidates in August, now only 4 here tonight. They're mostly interesting to me is what they're not saying. We have not heard these candidates on the debate stage spend much time going after the front runner in this race, former President Trump, with maybe, of course, the exception of former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. The rest haven't wanted to talk about the court cases that he is facing.
A key vote expected later today in the Senate on more aid for Ukraine. President Biden urging Congress to act. Republicans say they want to tie U.S. border security to future aid to Ukraine. Police in Texas investigating a string of shootings yesterday in Austin and San Antonio areas. 6 people died. Police say suspect Shane James is facing 4 counts of capital murder. This is ABC News.
Time now for the KSL In-Depth. And as you just heard on ABC News, 4 candidates will be on the debate stage tonight for the 4th GOP presidential debate. Partner with Lincoln Hill Partners and former KSL Night co-host Derek Brown joins me now live. And Derek, first of all, what's at stake tonight? I mean, what do these guys need to prove?
I think ultimately this may be, we may be looking at the backup plan for the GOP in the event that Trump doesn't work out. I mean, he's still got a really significant lead, and anyone we're betting on where the GOP is going to go this next year is still going to have to bet on Donald Trump because his lead is so far ahead of the polls. But we have 4 of these candidates that are squaring off, obviously, without that front runner as part of it. And so I think what we may be looking at is one of two things. Either number one, the backup plan of sorts in the event Trump isn't the nominee. And then number two, this may just be a beauty pageant of sorts for who the best VP candidate would be.
So if they're not going to be touching the former president, not going to be talking about him, what will be the hot topics tonight?
Well, my guess is that will come up. They have tried really hard to not talk so much about him. I mean, Chris Christie has really gone after him, but we will have issues. We've got 3 different debate moderators that'll be there: Megyn Kelly, Elizabeth Vargas, and Eliana Johnson. And so we've got 3 good moderators. We'll have, I'm sure, a lot of discussion on things like what's going on in the Middle East. We'll have inflation. We'll have Bidenomics. I mean, those will all be part of this. But I think ultimately what we're looking at is an audition for who it is that Donald Trump is likely to choose as the vice president nominee.
So who is leading right now? I mean, who's the front runner of these 4 right now?
Well, what's interesting is DeSantis has always been the front runner, but in the last couple of weeks, Nikki Haley has really made a resurgence, and you have a lot of the big money donors in the Republican Party, like the Koch brothers, and others have started to shift over to Nikki Haley. I think they view her generally as somebody who would be not only a good VP candidate, but also somebody who would be a good backup plan in the event that Trump is not the nominee. I mean, she's got a lot of charisma. She served as part of the Trump administration. I mean, with her role as an ambassador, I think she brings a lot to that ticket. And so I think a lot of the folks that are both the moneyed interests as well as the party power brokers are looking at her as maybe kind of the one who's going to have a resurgence here.
All right, Derek, thanks for joining me today.
Thank you.
Live on the KSL Newsline, that has been Derek Brown. KSL News Time, 12:49. Let's get you up to date on the drive. Traffic and weather together is brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meese.
All clear on your Salt Lake County freeways and even on I-15 either direction in Weber, Davis, Salt Lake and Utah counties. It's Legacy seeing delays this noontime drive, and that's due to road work. Now you're moving, it's just at a slightly reduced speed, and you only have the one lane to get through. Construction barrels are blocking the left lane of travel as you're going through Centerville and into Farmington. There are 500 homeless who remain unsheltered every night, sleeping in the streets. You can help the Rescue Mission of Salt Lake restore lives. Visit rescuesaltlake.org. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast, very mild today. 56 degrees, that's only 2 off from the record for the date. We'll go mostly sunny skies. For tomorrow, high pressure losing the war. We go 47 a.m. light rain shower, a break in the afternoon, then snow showers moving in late Thursday night into Friday morning. That puts us into Friday with snow showers. 36 is all you get for a high. Saturday, cold and dry, 34, partly cloudy, and mostly cloudy skies on your Sunday. Slight chance for a rain-snow shower, 39 the high. 40, mostly cloudy on Monday, Tuesday, 38, and partly cloudy skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny, and we've hit 54 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. The 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets. Not much action on the markets today. We'll get a complete update coming up next.
Do you have chirping smoke detectors? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you've ever experienced chirping smoke detectors, you already know how annoying it can be. A great first step to try and stop the chirping is to change the batteries. If the chirping continues, it's possible that your smoke detector has gone bad. As a matter of fact, a lot of people don't even realize that manufacturers recommend replacing the smoke detector altogether after 10 years. If you remove the smoke detector from the wall, on the back you should find a date of when it was made. Do a little math and you'll know how old it is. Now, Any Hour Services knows being a homeowner means you've got a list a mile long of things to do around the house, and check my electrical system probably isn't one of them. That's why we've put together this radio special for any homeowners listening. One of our licensed electricians will perform a comprehensive inspection of your electrical system that includes testing those smoke detectors and give you a full written report for only $29. But you have to mention this ad when you call. Call Any Hour Services to schedule it. 801-443-7300. 801-443-7300. Any Hour Services.
Up to a 30% upfront bonus and 12% per year guaranteed growth for retirement. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and these are the highest guarantees with annuities I have seen in my life. When interest rates are this high, there are silver linings, and annuity guarantees are one of them. Up to a 30% bonus upfront for retirement income. On $100,000, that's up to $42,000 guaranteed in the first year. And it's because of the economy and its high interest rates. Don't let anyone, especially another financial advisor, tell you it's not true. Up to 30% upfront just for opening an account, and up to 12% per year guaranteed income growth. Don't miss out. This won't last forever. If you have an old 401k, get up to 30% upfront and 12% guaranteed growth for income today.
Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
How a busy baker beat back foot pain. Meet Sanja.
Brownies, cupcakes, cookies. I love to bake. There have been times when I've been on my feet for at least 12 hours.
And that's how things went from sweet to sour.
I had excruciating pain in both feet to a point where I had to limp out of the kitchen.
So she called up a former foot pain sufferer, her big sister.
She told me, you need to go to the Good Feet store and get some arch supports.
Smart lady.
It was an awesome experience. Scott took great care of my feet.
He's the arch support specialist who fitted her.
He was very patient, very knowledgeable. Scott was the man.
Now Sanja can have her cake and bake it too.
Oh yeah, my feet are very happy now.
You're gonna have to make some cookies for Scott.
I've already done that.
Of course you did. See how arch supports work for you.
You'll find the Good Feet store in Farmington, Riverton, and Sandy. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeetnw.com.
Completely immerse yourself in University of Utah sports with the free Utah 360 app. Behind-the-scenes exclusives, local KSL coverage, game stats, and more. Download for free in the App Store or Google Play Store.
KSL News Time 12:54. A dab of wasabi on your sushi can improve your memory.
Researchers have known for a while that wasabi is good for your health, but the lead researcher at the Tohoku University in Japan says he was shocked to find out just how much. The main source of this memory improver is called the 6-MSITC. It's a rare antioxidant and anti-inflammatory. But just how much does it actually work? According to the study, those who took the wasabi saw an 18% increase on their memory scores, 14% higher than those who took the placebo. The bad news? The wasabi you'd find at your local sushi bar probably isn't real wasabi, but ordinary white horseradish dyed green. Claire Scott, KSL News Radio.
Watching Utah's money, Apple is once again a $3 trillion company. It's the first time in 4 months the company has reached the milestone. Their stock is up 49% so far this year. Panera is being hit with another lawsuit for a wrongful death over their charged lemonade. The family of a 46-year-old man say that he died after regularly drinking the caffeinated drink. Now the restaurant chain expressed their sympathy but denies doing anything wrong. And taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow is up by 9 points. It sits at 36,133. S&P down by 4. NASDAQ off by 16 points.
If you've been trying to get into that holiday dress you wore a few years ago and you can't get it zipped because you've gained some weight, boy, have I been there and done that. I can remember there was a time when I had 4 or 5 different sizes in my closet. And I think, are these the pants that fit me? Are these the pants that fit me? And then I'd have to find a sweater that was long enough to go over. And now, since I've lost this 34 pounds on soda weight loss, my day is easier. I have, for the first time in my adult life, one size in my closet. You have no idea how much joy that gives me. people, you've got to check out Soda Weight Loss.
And here's the thing. This will be the last time you ever go through this process because they have the same goal that you do, not just to lose the weight now, but to keep that weight off. We've told you the average man loses 3 to 5 pounds a week, the average female 2 to 3 pounds a week. They can help you too and set your goals for the new year 2024 that is right around the corner. Reach out to them at sodaweightloss.com, spelled S-O-T-A. Think Tim and Amanda. It is state-of-the-art.
Derek Overstreet, founder of the New Millennium Group. We're a financial planning firm. Listen, we're fiduciaries. We have advisors standing by right now to take your call. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370. The reason you're going to want to call is we're going to help you retire 3 to 5 years before you thought possible. Now, imagine how that would be if you could actually retire 3 to 5 years sooner than your plan was. The way we do this is by putting together a step-by-step plan, taking into consideration any rental properties that you have, any pension income that you have, your Social Security. Listen, we put that all together for you in writing. It will allow us to build your income based on inflation. You know, inflation has been rapidly rising. You and I both need a plan that whatever we start out our income at, in 5 or 10 years, we're going to need 40% more income. So if you're one of those people listening and you'd like a plan in writing, give us a call at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or go to utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Dear Santa, thank you so much for remembering me this year. Christmas was the best. Thank you for the shoes, and I love the coat you brought. It's so cute and so warm.
At KSL, it's our hope that every child will have a warm and joyful holiday season. Please donate generously to KSL's Quarters for Christmas.
Every dollar raised goes to buy shoes and warm clothes for Utah children in need. Give what you can at kslquarters.com.
Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meese.
Still looking at a good drive on all of the Valley freeways and most of our main secondaries. The exception is Legacy Parkway. A left lane is restricted to travel northbound as you go through Centerville and into Farmington, and that is causing a reduced speed through that stretch. Transform your outdated kitchen with half-priced granite. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite starting at $25 per square foot installed. Visit halfpricedgranite.com. Affordable luxury. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Taking a look at the forecast for the Wasatch Front, today is going to be the nicest of the week. Our temperature 15 degrees above normal. We're looking for a high of 56. Tomorrow, though, temperature starts to drop down to 47 degrees, and it looks like a chance of showers, 40% chance, 70% chance of snow on Friday. Right now, 54 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
Listen at home on any smart speaker.
And in your car at 102.7 FM.
This is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 1 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour. It's the season for avalanches and avalanche mitigation. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
UDOT has been busy this week firing howitzers and watching for avalanches. The department uses remote avalanche control systems to trigger slides threatening canyon roads. There are 64 avalanche paths in Little Cottonwood Canyon alone, and more than half of the canyon road is at risk when it snows. Last year, 98 avalanches hit the road, and 62 of those were big enough to bury a car. Last year's record-breaking winter has crews especially prepared, even though we're not expecting nearly as much snowfall. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Our top national story this hour from ABC News. President Biden reprimanded Republicans in Congress today over the stalled talks on passing a new round of aid for Ukraine. The bill also includes military funding for Israel and Taiwan.
Today's vote's going to be long remembered, and history's going to judge harshly those who turn their back on freedom's cause. We can't let Putin win.
Republicans say they want Trump-era restrictions on immigration and asylum seekers included in that bill. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average down, but just barely, only a single point right now. And the NASDAQ is down right now 21 points. And our KSL weather. Another warm, sunny day in December. That's next. KSL News Time 101.
Early mornings can be hard enough, just getting yourself going.
We try to make it a little easier with news and weather from comfortable, trusted anchors and reporters.
Join us on Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9
on KSL News Radio.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15s. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
At Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital, we made a bold promise to build the nation's model health system for children. Join us in realizing our vision for the future of pediatric care. So together, we can expand primary children's impact and ensure every child has access to the right care at the right place at the right time. For a century, Primary Children's has kept the child first and always. Help us continue to do so for the next 100 years. To get involved, visit primarypromise.org.
Imagine how inconvenient your life would be without power. No lights, no refrigeration, no heating or cooling, and no electronics. But with a Generac home standby generator, you'll have the power when you need it most. Generac generators automatically provide backup after sensing a power outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Schedule a free quote today with Genco Generators, your premier Generac service dealer in Utah. Call 801-295-0872 or online at gencogenerators.net.
Guys, does she need a little escape this year? Introducing Cozy Escape Pajamas from Pajamagram, America's PJ experts. These PJs are just the getaway she needs. So take that time off and plan a holiday staycation. Cozy Escape Pajamas make the perfect gift for your special someone who deserves a little rest and relaxation. Treat her to luxurious next-level Cozy signature soft fleece. They're as light as a dream and will keep her oh so warm, like snuggling in her favorite blanket. She'll love to cuddle in Cozy Escape PJs on those extra chilly nights. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. Order now for guaranteed delivery by Christmas. She's missed out on a lot of things she loves this year, so this Christmas, give her the escape she deserves. These new PJs are selling fast, so order today. Go to pajamagram.com right now. That's pajamagram.com to order Cozy Escape Pajamas. Pajamagram.com.
Positive mortgage news? Interest rates have dropped and trending down from 2023 yearly highs. Click loansbyrick.com. Purchase or cashback loans. Visit loansbyrick.com.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meese.
No accidents on your Valley freeways or your main secondaries, but we do have some slowdowns. It's due to road work. Only a right lane of travel is open northbound on Legacy, going through Centerville and into Farmington. The perfect present doesn't always come wrapped under the tree. Treat your loved ones with an unforgettable afternoon or evening of music and laughter with the Utah Symphony. Find your tickets at utahsymphony.org/holiday. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, another warm day, high around 56. The rain showers move in early tomorrow, then another storm arrives on Friday with light snow in the valleys and a foot or more in some mountain areas. 54 degrees and mostly sunny right now. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
You're listening to a previously aired episode of Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson. Sometimes things are just better the second time around.
Inside Sources. Inside Sources. America's voice of reason. Boyd Matheson on Utah's home for elevated conversation. Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
Over the last several years, we've seen an interesting shift in the coalitions shaping both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. The Republican Party, that was once the party of the elites and big business, became the party of the working class. The Democratic Party, that was once the party of the working class and the little guy, became the party of the elites. Both parties, honestly, have lost sight of their core principles. Will be equal opportunity offenders there for sure today. We've talked a lot about the Republicans thus far because of the big debate and they're choosing their nominee for president. But today we want to get past the headlines for the Democrats and bring in an inside source to take a deeper look at where the Democratic Party is, what has gone wrong, and what the Democrats need to do next if they want to continue to stay in power. Let's begin.
Think you know the news of the day? Think again with Boyd Matheson on KSL News Radio.
We are really pleased to have joining us on the program today Rui Teixeira, non-resident senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. And I love where his focus is. He focuses on the transformation of party coalitions and the future of American electoral politics. Also, Rui, before joining AEI, was a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress from 2003 to 2022. And Rui is one of those guys who gets it and sees beyond what most of us look at most days, and just Republicans and Democrats, and we just let the party chatter go on. And Rui has a new book out called Where Have All the Democrats Gone? And this is a really interesting look. And so I don't care where your politics are today. This is an important conversation in terms of looking at how coalitions are built, how they often unravel, and then what comes next. And Rui, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks for having me, Boyd.
So let's dive on in. You have been involved in this political world for a long time. You've seen coalitions come and go, and you understand it from a very deep level. So I want to know your backstory in terms of this particular book at this particular time. Book just came out this week. Give us some sense in terms of where have the Democrats gone? What are the things that the Democratic Party ought to be grappling with?
Sure. Well, one part of the backstory here is that about 20 years ago, in 2002, John Judas and I wrote this new book together. We published a book called The Emerging Democratic Majority, which was an attempt to survey the landscape and look at the ways in which the country was changing in terms of demographics, in terms of the rise of professionals, the rise of what we called ideopolises, which were the sort of more dynamic post-industrial metro areas, the changing voting patterns among women. We looked at